with those foreign portfolio investors that we have just mentioned. So would you say that these strategies are working, in your opinion, or is it too early to call?
Too early to call, Justin, too early to call, but it's working. Like I say, it's in the short term, but it's too early to call. We need, you see, they are coming in now. They have not complained about exiting. Like I said, if it becomes a challenge for them to exit the market, then you know what that would do again for. But again, if a chance they want to repatriate the money back and able to repatriate it back for them at Wendy. Remember, the same CBN have told the oil majors that you cannot repatriate 100% of your fund out. You can repatriate some, then you have to wait for 3 months. Now that also is not a good point out. But after he said that, he met with the foreign investors, more assured them that their funds can go in and out, and that is what, because the whole idea of hiking rates was to attract these portfolio investors into our country with high returns, so that we can use it to stabilize the naira.
All right. The naira is about, let's say, the second worst performing currency in the world after the Lebanese pound. But right now, international business research firm Economist Intelligence Unit is saying that the Central Bank of Nigeria does not have the liquidity enough to support the naira as of now. Even with the seemingly good news that the CBN is making us believe, what do we make out of all of this, Mukhtar?
Yeah, well, when they say we are the worst performing currency, then again we'll cap it up and say we are the best performing stock exchange in the world. So
Isn't that way not there? All right.
We're the worst performing. There was a time that we were the worst performing exchange. Today we are the best performing exchange. So I believe strongly that the naira is really undervalued. I believe strongly that we will get there and sooner than we think. Yes, you're talking about our foreign reserve, the CBN, but David, it just tells you, Justin, it just tells you when you have a strategic government, then you're able to strategize and get things done and don't get into the kind of crisis we've gotten ourselves into. Look at Egypt. Egypt did the same thing we are doing now. They used to do a managed system, but they've moved to a floating system. And what did they do? They know that liquidity is the challenge. You don't leave your currency for market forces. So what they did, IMF, World Bank, you are the one telling us that we need to float our currency, we need to attract investors, we need to do this, our currency is not rightly placed. They said, we are going to do that. But in the interim, IMF, World Bank, you give us a loan facility of about $8 billion. And so IMF agreed. So immediately they float the currency on day one. The currency lost 50% to the dollar and the pounds. But 2 days later, because they have the liquidity to say, no, this is the right value of what our currency will be, the currency have just lost 30% because they have liquidity. And then they are now attracting investors. Tourists are now coming in. And so by virtue of this now, it's not creating effects for them in the long run and stability through the borrowing form in the short term. So that is strategic thinking. You don't just wake up, oh, this is gone, this is that, and you don't have a strategy. Or you come up and tell us, oh, Bureau exchange, we'll be giving them $20,000. Then the following day, you are suspending 1,430 Bureau exchange. Till today, your Bureau exchange that you are approved to give $20,000 every week at 1,300, you've not done it. And the exchange rate that was stabilizing at 1,400, 1,500 at the point, 1,300, is now moving back to 1,600. So it just shows that we are not strategic in our thinking. So we need to be strategic, and that's why I use the Egyptian example.
Okay, I still want us to just examine the EIU report about the forex situation in the country. Specifically, it is suggesting that the CBN resorts to foreign borrowing to support the naira and fulfill its FX obligations. I want to find out what you reason about this economically, because when we talk about borrowings, I just try to to be a bit careful, knowing how we do with our borrowings in the country and obligations and repayment and all of that. But let me just understand what you make out of all of this borrowing in foreign currency to support the CBN's move and, of course, the FXM obligations.
I said it before. I agree with that. I said if you want to stabilize FX, we need to think about how we can borrow. Now, borrowing, like you said, might be too, we could borrow through Eurobond and all that. But unfortunately, a lot of people will not invest in your Eurobond when you don't have stability in your exchange rate. So they will need to know that your exchange is rightly priced. As like I said, it's undervalued or good, but that could also be an example for an incentive for them to come in because they know that they are coming in high and they may leave in low. So I think that's the right way to go because we don't have the liquidity. If you look at what we're talking about, they're talking about the audited report of the CBN before now, which when the audited report, we have less than $3 billion as a country in our foreign reserve when you move out all of obligation. And so I totally agree that we should borrow, but I'm not the type of borrowing that we have done before, which is we just borrow for consumption. We just borrow. We borrow without a target. I think this time we should borrow for the sake of reform. We've already done that again with the Exim Bank, Africa. Is it African Exim Bank in Cairo? But up to this moment, the 3.3 billion has not had any impact in stabilizing our currency. That tells you that we need to do more in terms of borrowing. So I totally agree with us trying to borrow to stabilize our currency in the short term. But the challenge is that now, at the time we borrowed, we were saying that President Buhari, they have borrowed so much. But at the time they were borrowing even foreign debt, the exchange was about 360. And by the time they are going, when the government has officially adjusted the rate, left the rate for market forces, it has gone to 1,000 and 1,500. So our foreign debt has astronomically increased. So the government will be in a dilemma. Do you want to continue to increase the debt burden on yourself? I don't think it's one thing the government will want to do. So it's a good thing to do, but the government will need to be strategic so that they don't have too much debt obligation.
All right, Mukhtar, let's leave the Forex issue and talk a bit of political economics, if we may. Let's just leave Forex for a bit now. What is in the news right now is the issue of budget padding, allegations here and there about 3 trillion naira in the 2024 budget. Mukhtar, we've talked about budget over the years in the country. Right now, it is resurfacing. So right now, should this allegation be anything to go by? That's on the one hand. And what are the implications if truly we are implementing a budget that is padded? What does it really mean economically?
Economically, it's not good. That means you have a budget deficit will go up. Again, that means a lot of funds are not in the creative, productive sector of the Nigerian economy. And that's why we are suffering the kind of inflation we are suffering now because of the about 30 trillion that was printed through the ways and the means. So when you have a budget like that, which provision were not made, that means it was made for consumption or corrupt tendency. It tends to have an inflationary pressure on the economy and then high interest rate, high inflationary pressure, low ability for the citizen to earn to be able to earn more, and their purchasing power would have gone up drastically. So I think the government should still be. Luckily, the presidency have come out and said there's nothing like that. But again, coming from a senator, he gave a lot of details. So we still need to hear more from the presidency. But my only challenge in all of this is that it's targeting at a particular region, trying to make it feel that a particular region is being not run. Put in the scheme of things. I don't think that is good for the senator to be saying that. But if he's saying that if a lot of budget padding are based on project, he should name those projects. He shouldn't be saying we are discussing with Mr. President, we've had consultant to allow. So you should have waited for your consultant to have come up with the result before you come to the press. So for me, I think everything in this country is becoming political. Even the economy is becoming political. Even in funeral service, you saw what happened in the funeral service of the late CEO of Access Holding, where it became a political talk between the Senate President and the Governor of Rivers State. So we tend to politicize everything that has to do with us. I don't think we're talking about economy here. We're talking about the livelihood of Nigerians. We've seen hunger in the land, and it is not looking at only APC members are feeling hunger, only PDP. It's affecting everybody. So economically, one thing you must give it to the developed economy, especially the United States. They don't play politics with security. They don't play politics with economy, because that has no face. It attacks everybody, and it doesn't know the rich. It doesn't know the poor. He doesn't know the middle class. It just comes in and then it's attacked. So I think Senator Nengi should come out clear with precise information, and the presidency also should come out clear in terms of defending themselves with also precise information for us to guide us.
Thank you, Mukhtar. Indeed, you mentioned about economic hardship and hunger in the land. How have you been surviving? You know, the price of Gary and, of course, beans skyrocketing by the day. Can you give us some survival mechanisms that you have been using?
David, Justin, I don't know why I'm calling you David today. Justin, I think the survival mechanism is budgeting. Sincerely speaking, let's be real here. We need to start living our life by budgeting. What you don't need, you don't need. You take away your want and deal with your need in tough times like this. We need to begin to think of budgeting. You don't just spend based on impulse. For me, that's the key driver of why I'm still smiling today, because I tend to make sure that you make sure that there are some things that I need, that there are things that I want. Your need is in terms of, you need a house, you have to pay your house rent, you have to pay your children's school fees, those I need. Your children have to wear clothes, those I need. But even in terms of moving out, you want to go out, the cost of energy is high, so you need to say, okay, fine. Is it worth me working from home or going out? And if I want to go out, will I drive, or is it cheaper for me to enter public transport? Thank God we have BRT, we having the red line and the blue line metro system coming into place. So all those things are things that you need to consider. But it starts from, first of all, by budgeting. You and I have that experience. Remember when I have to come to your studio, we have to work it out. These are part of things that has to do with budgeting. So you need to start. The only strategy to survive at the times like this is take your budgeting very serious. Know what goes out, know what comes in. Make that your budget look at, are there loopholes, are there leakages that I need to control? Do I have to get data to make a call to Justin than using my direct phone line to call? So those are little things, but by the time you calculate it, Justin, before you go, let me give you an example. Since these issues of fuel price hike have come in, I have not bought gas in any other station than NNPC. Because by buying in NNPC, I'm saving myself almost like 30 naira. So, and it doesn't look much, but in a week, it doesn't look much, but in a month, it begins to grow, and in a year, add up. So, budgeting is key.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, we now know how to budget, for our daily expenses. So, personal financing and budgeting comes to play. Thank you so much, Mukhtar Mohammed, International Finance and Economic Analyst, for all of your useful insights, specifically concerning the, Gary and beans and budget. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Justin, for having me. Always a pleasure to be on your program. Thank you.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. My name is Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being there. Bye for now.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rate, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we had not eaten, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say then go come carry you on tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very like upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. you cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the third day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hillock. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hillocks. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hillocks. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages we didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said, a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you are going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, you now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And you know, for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we're in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they said don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya, and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally we have gotten to our destination. So what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me, because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away, but it's very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted a burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb. Like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt that I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I'd rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Marshe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. Say you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls, and they run away with them, and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the connection house, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month, and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies, and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running, and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. But you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about, when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions, because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions, and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office, and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information, and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back, and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years, and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Whenever there are misunderstandings with both couples, I think it's not easy to settle it when they are from different cultural backgrounds. You understand? So, for instance, an Efik guy marrying to an Efik girl, at times when there are issues, they can understand themselves. You understand? Then an Igbo guy now going to marry a Yoruba guy. You know, at times, this Yoruba lifestyle that we all know.
I don't want you to marry from Igbo. Maybe they might not understand your language, and you will not understand them. Many will say their marriage, whatever, is high and all those things. It affects a lot. And if you said, okay, to the Yoruba people, they will say, no, culture, this and that will have a higher culture system than their own. When you get married to them, they might be going out different from your own and all those things. So that affects a lot.
Yes, I think it affects mainly, like you said, for the like Idomans or maybe those thieves in Benin State. If you should marry a thief person, they believe the girl or the woman goes out to shit on your wife or something. And for the Igbos, when you go, if you should marry there, then they feel maybe during their, if they want to give them any chieftain title, they will say, okay, no, they will not, because she's not from their own side. So I think it's affects, but if you should look at it in a normal reason.
Well, personally, I don't think, but I believe that it's individualistic, as in everybody have different individual differences. So some people might not see it as something, but other people might see it as something. But personally, I think it doesn't really matter.
What really matters is love. So as long as the love exists between the two people we are talking about. So cultural background doesn't have say. So it's love that supersedes.
I don't think cultural background should affect people's relationship. Because in the 21st century, people should be able to love according to your feelings. Being a Yoruba and Igbo does not mean anything. All you needed in a relationship is just the understanding. Once you can be able to study the person very well, and her character aligns with yours, it can start like a dating, from dating to courtship, from courtship, then to a serious relationship. And then once you can be able to, you find out that everything can work well for you, then you can go ahead into the relationship. So this idea of this, I think in this modern time, we should not be talking about cultural background affecting our relationship with people.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a person, I don't want to say a young man. I believe when you say a young man, you are just saying know your space. So, but is a man I met about 15 years ago. It was a chance encounter. He's a very serious entrepreneur. He has a lot of energy, and if he loves anywhere, he loves the country. Nigeria. Alfred Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
You're looking all sharp, sharp, sharp. Well, welcome. I asked you to come on this conversation set because whenever we sit down to talk, the passion I see in you about development, about Nigeria, about getting things right, I feel should be shared with more people than just in our small talk session. So let's meet who Alfred Okoro is.
Wow, okay. That's a summary, right?
Yeah.
My name is Alfred Okoro, and was born and raised here, and luckily migrated to the States at 18, did my college, and came back in 2005 to start a business going into the broadcast media. Fast forward to that, which is when we met, and moved back in 2016 when I got married, and since then still have this itch that I can't scratch that is bringing me back.
There's still that itch. The
Yes.
itch is called Nigeria.
Yes.
Why Nigeria?
It's home. I don't know how else to explain it. To me, Nigeria is home, regardless of where you go. And I feel that when you consider a place home, everything else is temporary.
So, being in diaspora is temporary. Your home is Nigeria, wherever you go. Okay, but as someone who has tasted both sides now and you're back in the States, yet you still want to come to Nigeria, don't people ask you, what do they do you?
Every day, my mom does, my wife does, and my kids are not grown up enough to ask me, but I'm sure they will someday. But the fact remains that this country is filled with possibilities. It's just mismanaged.
Mismanaged in what sense?
No direction. And by no direction, I simply mean that the whole entity, I'm not sure we know what Nigeria is. I think it's just being called a name, Nigeria. We're divided, a nation divided. That's my perspective of it. And from that angle, I look at possibilities. There is nothing that is not here. Absolutely not. The Nigerians here seem frustrated. Everybody wants to leave. And the moment they cross these waters, they excel. Both Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, South, everybody in Nigeria. We've been ranked the most successful ethnic group in the United States. Why is it that we excel there, but not at home? It can only lead to the direction.
But what do you think can be done to fix that misdirection or lack of direction? What?
Well, for me, just like when you speak with everybody identifies problem. It's easy to identify a problem. A little kid today can identify the problem with Nigeria. I just don't think we have gotten to the point where we're fed up to say, you know what, let us make this place a home. Let us call it a home, not just a place that we find ourselves in.
You know, something that has been curious about you is that all the while that I've known you, I've never heard you say something like, let's go our separate ways.
No, I do not believe that. I completely believe we are better together. The beauty of this country is the diversity.
Can you throw more light on that?
Absolutely. If you ask the normal person, the greatest country in the world, it's called the United States. Who's an American? There's the Indian, there's the Chinese, there's the Asian, there's the African, there's everybody. Our diversity makes us the better. I believe so. I will be one of those to tell you I do not believe this country was designed to succeed. But so what? This is the card we're dealt, and we have to play that card.
But then, even if it was not designed to succeed, can't those who found themselves in there with the benefit of education and vision make it succeed?
Well, education is not knowledge. I feel that we, so far, are individualistic. And that still comes to nobody has defined this entity called home.
By we, do you mean all of us as Nigerians or particular ethnic groupings?
Every single one of us. I do not believe we call this place home. And I say that because where in Nigeria would you say is world standard? Despite all the resources. You look at the South with all the oil there, it's like a dump, unfortunately polluted. You look at the North with the massive land up there. What are we producing out of it? You look at the Southwest with the waters. What are we doing with the marine technology? So for me, I always use the we so as not to isolate everybody else. And I strongly believe that the problem with Nigeria is psychological. I think what we just need is a psychological reorientation. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the talent. We're just not being harnessed and directed properly.
I always share with people the thought that what we need is a psychic orientation in Nigeria. And I'm glad you said so too, but I want you to throw light on how that can happen.
The orientation being that I think Nigeria has had leaders by the true definition of it. My problem with those leaders is that they happen to be regional leaders, not national leaders. And that makes a whole difference. If you have 3 major ethnic groups, no disrespect to the other minor ethnic groups, but if we were to just work with 3 for the sake of our conversation, an Igbo leader is more concerned about the southeast. A Yoruba leader is more concerned about the southwest. An Hausa leader is concerned about the north. Is that what it's supposed to be? If you preach what Nigeria, it shouldn't matter where it is. Any kid from the South, not interested in marine or anything with petrol, go and find where it is. You should be able to move. And for me, psychological, I believe this state of origin word is counterproductive. I feel, first of all, if I ever get the opportunity to advise anybody or to talk to anybody, we should make a state of residence. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Hold that thought. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with Alfred Okoro on Which Way, Nigeria. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Alfred Okoro is my guest. Now, Alfred, you were saying something about changing the state of origin to state of residence, right?
Yes.
But that brings something to my mind. There is the National Youth Service Corps. There's a compulsory 1-year service that every graduate of a higher institution must undertake. What do you think of it?
The mindset behind it is great. The implementation, I believe, is flawed. Because what would you say that a corporate today gets out of that 1 year of service? What really is the objective? You have corporates that are posted to places where they don't have accommodation. You have corporates that are placed in places that have absolutely zero help from the system. You have people paid to be posted to a different place. I mean, it happens everywhere. I just believe the implementation of the system is flawed. And by the state of residence, I don't think that a Yoruba or an Igbo boy born in Kaduna, it doesn't make you less of an Igbo and a Yoruba boy, but you are from Kaduna. Why? I believe you protect where you call home, your organizational behavior. I was born and raised in Enugu State, but my parents are from Imo. Where do you think I actually know?
Enugu now.
But I can't do anything in Enugu State. I have to go to Imo State.
Are you kidding?
No, but isn't that the law?
Is that the law now?
Lagos is a little different because I understand that in Lagos, it doesn't matter you've had senators or anything, but that's not practicable in any state outside of this. Legally, you can do something, but you are not from there, this indigenization concept. And I feel that makes people grow where they have no passion for. Let's look at that in law enforcement. You take a northern policeman, let's say a policeman from Kaduna, post him to Ogun State. His family is in Kaduna. He's the only one in Ogun State. There's a shooting somewhere, very violent shooting. What real interest does he have to interfere? What does he have to lose? Now, hold that thought. If his kids and his family are residents of that state and there's a problem, what do you think he would do? It doesn't matter his tribe. It doesn't matter his region. That's his home. So you can't post people where they have no
affinity.
No affinity, no family association. And that's because of this indigenization concept, I believe. You have Igbo kids, I would say, grow up in the north. They don't call themselves northerners, but they're more northerners than Igbo. Where is their productivity coming from? For me, I simply believe that if we are able to do so, then you can see Igbos, you can see Yorubas that are in the north say, this is where I'm from. They participate locally, they participate nationally, but in that interest of their organizational behavior, not necessarily this geographical land called Southwest.
But sometime in the past, in our history, we had people who were not from particular ethnic groupings residing there and even running for public office and being voted for successfully.
It's not illegal, but it's impracticable.
But what went wrong? It seems we don't trust ourselves.
Possibly.
Or we're suspicious of each other.
Well, to me, on my own capacity, I believe that's that vacuum of leadership. Because based on my experience, when you say this vacuum of leadership, it's not that somebody is not occupying that seat. But when you have someone unqualified in a position that has nothing to offer, they feed on your fears. When you have an unqualified leader as the governor of a state, they will tell the locals that the foreigners are taking their jobs. Now, without those foreigners, would those jobs exist in the first place? What kind of jobs are we talking about? So it boils down to leadership at the end of the day, regardless. I think every other issue we're identifying as symptoms of a problem. I like using local examples. If you have a stream that is polluted, it's like water fountain falling down and it's polluted. Where do you start treating the water?
From the top.
You have to start from the top. Regardless of what you do on the bottom, the dirty water still comes down. We have to go all the way upstream. Is it going to be overnight? Absolutely not. But it has to be a buy-in from our stakeholders. Without that, I think we're just rubbing Band-Aid on the issues.
Now, you see, I want to dwell a bit more on the role of the youth in nation building. Historically, those who emerged as leaders were young people at some point, some of them even getting elected to the House of Representatives or even the Senate at 23, 25 and all that. And we even had a head of state who who got married in office and he was in his early 30s. Today, the people in that age grouping seem to be so disillusioned that what we keep hearing most of the time is about them, some of them, not all of them, but the ones that are very popular are those who engage in internet fraud, popularly or called Yahoo and all that, or who just want to get rich quickly. Do you think if the National Youth Service program were overhauled, there could be something in it for the youth to assist them in looking forward to a very good future of service?
The question you hit on, the way I would tackle it is I look at things differently. One key thing is I try to look at things, it's easy to look at things from a first and second person perspective. But to push it a notch, also try to look at it from the third and the fourth person perspectives where you don't see the people that would benefit from your actions. To me, I see the fraudster as a very intelligent person that is misdirected. It's not easy to scam people out of their money. Now imagine that same fraudster in a lab somewhere working on some research. It's misdirection.
Yeah.
The youth of this country, which I believe I'm still a part of, is lack of direction that bothers us. Now, I can blame us for not taking charge. I'm not saying we're lack of blame. But it translates from the fact that we've sold our souls to cash. In Igbo, there's a proverb, it might lose meaning in translation, which says, if you tell a kid what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor.
Say it first in Igbo.
Okay, what it just means, if you tell a poor person what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor. The problem with that is people look at success as money. That's a literal translation. But it's a proverb, which means it's not supposed to be a literal translation. Now, if you flip it, that word success could be anything. It could be being a great father. It could be being a mentor, being a teacher that graduates all your students of your class and make sure that they advance. It could be anything. It could be a businessman that takes care of people. It could be an orphanage that gets kids placed. That's success. But what is success to the average person today? How much money is in your bank account? I'm not taking away the merits of economics, but the point is that we have translated success as cash. And if you translate it as cash and I don't have a job, I'm going to do whatever means necessary to get cash because that's what we've translated success to be. And at the end of the day, it boils down to direction, misdirection, I would say, lack of leadership. Growing up, the adage used to be, walk before you run. Technology makes it, you don't necessarily need to walk, you can run. Communication has been hastened, but are we really following? I don't think we are. Look at internet penetration in the country. I wouldn't say it's where it is currently. I believe investment in technology, absolutely. I don't think we are where we are technologically to be able to do anything else. But technology should play a role, and that's where the youths are involved. Mass communication is easy now. You can literally reach masses with a tweet. It matters. But also, it comes with its own problems. Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news destroys more than bullets because it poisons minds. So as much as I'm very pro-technology, I believe in technology that is checked also. That's where I am. Everything that has a positive also has a negative. We have to be in the in-between.
Still talking technology, you know, I know that, for instance, in our space, the media space, a lot has happened. You have more people now who watch stuff online than like 10 years ago. Or like even than 3 years ago. But you find that most people still need to subscribe to pay before they can use certain apps and all that. Is it just because it's here in Nigeria and the cost of data and all that?
I wouldn't really say it's because it's Nigeria. I think it's an economic model. If I build a platform, it's all purely economics. I wouldn't fault someone if they make something free or if they make something to pay. I think if you make yours to pay, it creates me an opportunity to have one that is for free. So for me, I don't think that is our problem. I just don't think that our governments, I'm not specific to any
level.
I'm not saying general. I actually prefer to call him general. I don't think his government is at fault in terms of technology penetration or anything like that. What I just think, we don't have a roadmap to be inclusive. What is our rural technology plan? You go to some places, there's no cell reception. But other countries now are making sure that everybody's online to be able to be reached for whatever reason it is. Where we're going with technology, honestly, I don't even think that's the first step. I think we just don't have a roadmap. And personally, I religiously believe for us to get anything right, we have to go back to the drawing board to define this entity called Nigeria, because it's not working.
We'll continue with that definition very soon. We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the program. Alfred is still my guest. Yes, Alfred. You said something about a roadmap. What kind of roadmap do you want to develop?
For me, my objective is I would like to create a roadmap where an opportunity that will help us define this entity. For me, having met a lot of people in this country, having been to a lot of places in this country, and I've taken pride of going to about 34 states in this country by road.
By road?
Yes. And the beauty about that is you see how beautiful this country can be. My love for this country has no relationship with being north or south. I just look at it from a potential perspective. And it's sad when you see talent being wasted. I feel privileged on my own to have been able to be sent to the kind of school I was sent to by my parents, to have the privilege to go to a different country. But how do we implement that back home?
But that's your trip.
Yes.
To 34 states.
Yes.
By road. Give me like 2 takeaways.
This country is beautiful.
This country is what?
It's beautiful.
That's one.
Yes. The potential of it, the potential is massive. But it also shows me that what unites us is way bigger than what divides us.
That's deep.
Our similarities are way more than our divisions. Our divisions are probably language, religion.
Yeah.
How does that stop us from integrating? But the unification possibilities that we have in this country are huge, humongous.
In about, say, 50 years, if that were possible, how would you forecast Nigeria would be?
First of all, now I want to go back to working before we run.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because just like Wi-Fi technology, somewhere at the back, there is a cable. I don't think we can progress the way the system is set up. I do not believe so. Because if you look at a typical Nigerian, you see eyes filled with hopelessness, and that is a problem. If you bring a typical Nigerian that's probably not from what we'd call the middle class or the upper class and whatnot, what is their hope? What are they looking forward to? When you identify the word Nigeria to them, what does it mean? To me, it's hopelessness, and that is the drive.
But how do we address this?
We have to sell hope back.
Sell hope back?
Yes.
How?
By redefining Nigeria. I'm not saying it's... Number one is, if it was easy, it would be a cakewalk. It would be a child's play. I'm not saying that what we desire to get, that what we desire to want to do is, it's not supposed to be easy. But I see a Nigeria where if a Yoruba boy is good in solar technology, we should ship him out to the northwest. No, northeast. If an Igbo boy is good in agriculture, we send him out to the northwest. If an outside kid happens to be one of the best petrochemical engineers that graduated, he has no business in the north. He should be in the south-south. Vice versa. There are so many. The beauty of this country is its diversity. Southwest doesn't have everything. Southeast doesn't have everything. The north doesn't have everything. So we have to break down those barriers to make everyone feel at home, that this is home, so that we're in the southwest, so that a Yoruba kid could wake up and go to Kaduna and meet their residency laws and be a Yoruba person from Kaduna. His interest is now in Kaduna. I don't see how that affects his tribe. But for us to progress, for him to be able to do that, which is what I believe will progress us. Now, this is not something that you say, this is a magic one, let's do this and Nigeria will be better. No, do I expect resistance? Absolutely. But I just hope that my generation will realize that our parents failed us.
That's unfair.
That's our reality. But more challenging that we don't fail our kids.
I want to challenge you.
Please go ahead.
Your generation cannot say that your parents' generation failed you.
They're the leaders.
But they gave you education. They sent
What
you
kind
to
of
school.
education?
They exposed you.
I've met mass comm students that have never touched the camera. I've met computer engineers that have never had a laptop. I have met pharmacists that I haven't met pharmacists, but I'm mostly in my technological space. But I have met graduates that only studied what the school offered them.
They didn't have a practical side to it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have met someone that desired to, one of my sisters desired to be a pharmacist, but the school she never got a school that offered her that. Actually, now it's automatic for me that if you tell me you studied something of biological sciences, I believe you wanted to be a doctor. That you just couldn't get medicine. That education is flawed. The education we have here is a certificate. It's not practical.
So that's not just about the parents, because some of your group are already in the educational system.
Well,
so maybe that takes us back to your leadership failure mantra.
Science teaches us. I read a book by Marcus Aurelius that said, every complex problem, simplify it. When I study Nigeria from my own lens, from my capabilities, which I want to believe is different from a whole lot of people, if I were to simplify it, it narrows down to leadership. What is the job of a leader? To give direction. Why is this road bad? The road being bad is not the problem, it's why is it actually bad? If we narrow it down, whose job is it to do? If you narrow it all the way down, you could do with budgeting, you could do with enforcement, you could do with a whole lot of things. But for me, the leadership vacuum happens to be our whole problem. And I pray and hope that my generation would understand that the only way out of this is to play inclusive politics. But not just playing inclusive politics, the objective should be first, let's redefine this entity called Nigeria in our own terms, where we will all believe that it's home.
Okay, so inclusive politics. Let's talk politics a bit.
Please.
But I will relate it to something about development. Growing up, I know that sports was used as a tool.
Yes.
To harness the boundless energies of youngsters. And there was something you could predict. Oh, this guy, send him to go and learn swimming. This one, train him in track and field and all that. And then, of course, for football. How is our sports field like now, as a young person?
We're a sports-loving nation, football-loving nation.
What does that mean?
I want to believe that we are all into the European Premier League,
Yes,
English Premier League. Whenever they're playing, we know everything. What is ours? What teams do we have? What is you hear about our female soccer stars come back and they're not paid. You hear about our athletes go to perform to come back and they're not being paid. What is the motivation to represent this country? That is on the professional side. What is the growth plan? We don't have stadiums. When I was in primary school between 1991 and 1996, there's always inter-house sports. Every year there is an inter-house sports. You look forward to it. We compete with each other. How relevant is that now in harnessing the capabilities of the youth? We're soccer-loving nations. How many mini soccer pitches would you say you have? I'm sure you travel, you go to the UK, which is also a soccer-loving nation. You drive within neighborhoods. How many soccer pitches would you see? It doesn't have to be massive, but you see people practicing. Growing up in the States, we're more basketball and American football. You see basketball rims in virtually every county. You don't need anybody else to just go and practice. I believe sports on its own, even the income it will generate for this government, for the system, but let's not even focus on the income. Let's focus on the human capacity development. But we're not doing anything about it. What are the ministries doing to say, let's find the future stars of tomorrow and harness them? You look at, unfortunately, because of COVID, nobody is really looking at Olympics 2021. But I remember in 1996 in the Olympics, you can identify more than 20 Nigerian names born in Nigeria, not born abroad, born in Nigeria, that naturalized on different countries, just so that they will have the opportunity to participate. Why should that be the case? We're pushing away doctors. We're pushing away lawyers. We're pushing away professors. And in the same space, other people are coming in. Who are those people? Do they see this place more as a home than we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I genuinely believe that running away isn't the solution. But I can share their pain. I can share the pain of a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old that's probably the oldest in their family with no job, with a supposed degree and no job. What is he or she supposed to do? The parent might be retired without a pension. Is someone being penalized? You see a government official or a pension commissioner or whatever loot the pension. I'm particular about the pension because that is the livelihood of families. What happens to him or her? What is this down effect of those? What is the downstream effect of ruining the pension system?
That's the kind of thing that will lead me to ask you about the impact of discipline. That's personal and corporate discipline. In our society, everything seems to have fallen apart.
You can relate it to, I honestly can't even say it's one thing. I genuinely believe we have sold our souls to the concept of cash. Cash is king. Whatever you have to do to make money. I have zero problem with economics. I have zero problem with the pursuit of your happiness. I actually religiously believe that. And if I get the opportunity, what I want to sell people is more strength in your pursuit of happiness, whatever your happiness might be. I can't make you to do good things, but I can punish you for doing bad. The limits to where we have decayed as a nation, I can't put a hand to where it is. But I can say it started from the erosion of the local governments.
Okay, but then what about the home? What about the home? Discipline starts in the home.
Yes, discipline starts in the home. And let's say, for example, a mother is supposed to discipline a child. Fair enough. Is the mother at home? Where is she? What if she's working? What system do we have? I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I do genuinely believe that, yes, family plays a huge part in a child's upbringing. But for me to judge a parent, I have to know where you're coming from.
In trying to know where they're coming from,
yes,
you must also try to understand, what the basic thresholds are for us as a society. What's acceptable in our society today?
Everything goes.
Then we're not going anywhere.
That's the decay we have. Let's use driving, for example.
Yes.
How do drivers here behave?
What's the punishment?
There's no price to pay. But the same person, would they do that in front of the cantonment gate? The same driver that would come here, double park, block the road, no care about the backup of traffic or whatever, run a red light, would they do the same in front of the cantonment gates where the military are? Price and punishment.
So then it's
there's no price to pay for anything goes in Nigeria today.
I believe that even the individual should be able to say, this is beneath me, I'm not going to do it.
But then you're taking away the concept of being human. As human beings, we will do whatever we'll get away with. If not, there wouldn't be laws. The law is there to enforce what we desire as a society.
So now, imagine a young person, a person, let's not say is young or old, a person who wants to be involved in politics but who has no personal scruples and all that. What kind of politician is that going to be?
That's a tough one.
Yes, it is.
Because it's intrinsic. My motivation didn't come from anybody. My motivation came when I realized that I mustn't be the king. I mustn't be the number one. Because speaking with my colleagues, speaking with a bunch of friends, speaking with people I believe that are opportuned, the bigger problem that we have, I don't know if it's a black problem, but the biggest problem we have, nobody wants to be willing to pay the ultimate price. Nobody wants to do anything they will not enjoy the benefits of it. Nobody wants to start anything that they will not live to enjoy, which is a big problem because life has a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
I could start something, and Martin Luther King, did he see the civil rights he fought for?
No, he didn't.
It actually got propelled after his death. So do you think his wife was happy about that? I bet you not. She wants her husband, probably. I don't know her, but I want to assume that she wants her husband. For me, like I said, the itch that is itching me is a selfish interest. Very selfish. It just happens to be that this is home. I'm not doing it because I love anybody else. I'm not doing it because I love the people. I'm doing it because I want my home to be better.
You want your home to be better. You want your people to
And
be better.
if you're an occupant of my home, your benefit.
Okay, so now let's localize it. You're from Imo. You schooled in Enugu, more or less grew up in Enugu. But what you would like to do, your circumstances will prevent you from being able to do it in Enugu. That's the truth?
Like I said, it's, for me, let me just say something. I hope it doesn't take us away.
Yeah, we're
I think
still
a
there.
few years back, Abia State was created from Imo. But the Abia State governor told the Imo State teachers or something to go home. I had a problem with that. These are people that have lived there all their lives. But that's the issue that we're talking about. Enugu State and Anambra, this indigenization concept of somebody telling you you're not from here. How can you tell someone that have lived in a place all their lives that they're not from there? There are Igbo people in Lagos that are more Igbo than some Yoruba people that probably have never lived in Lagos. My wife was born and brought up in Lagos. She speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. You would actually think she's more Yoruba until you probably hear her name and last name and whatnot. To me, my Nigeria, and I'm internalizing it because it might not be someone else's, and I believe there should be diversity of opinions. There should be diversity of minds. We should not all agree. In my Nigeria, she's a Lagosian.
Yeah, she is.
Lagos is a little different.
No, but she's a Lagosian.
Okay.
She is a Lagosian.
And yeah, an Igbo person from Lagos.
Yes.
That's my Nigeria.
That's who
the
she
way I
is.
want to say it. Well, I'm not sure that's how it is applicable in the whole country, though.
Well, you said Lagos. That's how it is in Lagos.
No,
I can say
Lagos
that.
is one
and
out
you have
of 30.
experienced it.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it happened that in Imo, no, not Imo, in Enugu, where you grew up,
yes,
right, you can't come out to run for, say, Senate.
The local sentiment.
Yes. They say,
is
no,
that
he's
you're
not one of us.
No.
How do we prevent that? That's people saying that.
And that's when
That's
words,
not government now. That's people.
Yes, sir. That's when words matter. That's when psychological matter. That's when orientation matters. Because when you look at a document, it says states of origin. You didn't ask me where I reside. That state of origin could be lack of our documentation processes because they're trying to verify a whole lot of things, but it has a gravid effect. Because if all we know is a state of residence, then you should never bring up Imo. You can ask me
Or
place
even
of
state
birth.
of birth.
Yes.
Yes.
If we focus on that, that's the thing about time. It might not be my generation. But my grandchildren, when they grow up, they'll look at their friends and, where were you born? Then we can have that mindset that it doesn't matter where somebody's from. The America we look up to, George Bush is from Texas. His younger brother is from Florida. Obama was born in Hawaii. He was the senator from Chicago. I forgot where Hillary Clinton was born, but she's the senator from New York. It doesn't matter because these states define their residency laws. And the moment you meet those residency laws, you're a resident. That's where you're from. That you were born in America, you're an American citizen, not a state resident. You have to actually reside in the states and meet their residency laws to be a resident of that state. I moved from Boston to Georgia. I'm no longer a Boston resident. I have zero business with Boston anymore. Now I'm a resident of Georgia. Whatever I want to do, if I want to run U.S. local politics, I can only run it in Georgia now. Even though I've lived there less than a year, because I met their residency laws. So it's the downtrodden, it's the psychological effect of words. It matters. If you keep asking me state of origin, the word origin means something. You didn't ask me place of birth. You didn't even ask me if I've gone there. What does it matter? Ask me where I'm born. Ask me where I reside. If you don't have my father's documentation, how is that my problem? But I genuinely believe that word, state of origin and state of, I believe that word, state of origin, should be scrapped.
Okay.
It has a negative
The concept
effect.
of state of origin should be scrapped.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, well, before it is scrapped, I know that your state of origin is Imo.
Yes.
It's Imo.
Yes.
Now, so your parents are from Imo, so you have some very deep affinities with Imo.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at Imo State today,
yes,
what role do you think not what role, Imo State today,
yes,
what are its potentials?
I have taught the state, even for economic possibilities, when I was running my company here. Just like every other state in the country, in this country, which I believe is blessed, it's blessed with youth. And no nation can run without youth. It's just direction of energy. Where are you directing that energy towards?
So there's youth.
Youth is the power, is the will. The Chinese population and all that, if they get into their 60s now, that becomes a liability. It's that youth from, I would say, for lack of a better word, 16 through maybe 45 or something, that productive youth. The state is blessed with youth. Abundance, natural resources and whatnot. They're just not being harnessed. Now, I don't want to say is this administration or that administration. As a collective, we don't have the kind of leadership we desire or we deserve.
That's generally and then particularly in Imo State. Now, what do you think the youth can do in this particular case of Imo State?
Well, if I isolate it, I think it's going to be rolled out and everything because it's the same. But if we trace back a little bit to the end SARS movement, what I got out of that movement is the power of organization. Now, I'm not talking about the end results or what started it, but the power when people come together. What I believe was wrong with it was the direction of the movement. Okay, how, strategy, bullet points, a figurehead. You can't run anything without a figurehead. But let it be a sample, a test sample of how things come up. What I love about what happened is the potential. When people come together, what can happen? And whatever can happen to Imo State can happen to Enugu, can happen to Ogun, Ondo, everywhere. Nigeria is blessed with youth. I'm not 100 on the numbers, but I think about 40 to 60% of the Nigerian population are youths. If we grade it from the 18 to 45 or something, are youths.
Yeah.
Productive youths.
Yeah.
Are we taking advantage of what is our unemployment population? It's skyrocketing now. So for me, I want to say it's unfortunate because you can't say I want to build road when someone is hungry. You can't say I want to do this, build hospital, when someone is not even eating. I think we have a microeconomic problem and that we have leaderships that don't understand the importance of small-term wins.
Okay. So what kind of small-term wins would you suggest in the case of Imo?
A hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetical, yes.
A hypothetical, if I were to run Imo State, number one would be, how do I put food on the table of citizens? It could be a welfare. It could be, give me your documentation. We have NIN now, we have BVNs now, where I find out the people that are not, the population that are not working, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, mini handout just to be able to be sure that people have something to eat. You create a skill acquisition program whereby after 3 months for this to continue, you must go somewhere to get a skill. When you come out of that, I have to also be prepared to be able to offer you something. It could be a credit to start whatever it is you're good at.
Yeah.
But it is very hard to talk to a hungry person. And when people are hungry, you could, and I think that's why stomach infrastructure politics works. And I think that's why our politicians today take advantage of it. When people are hungry, they can do anything to eat. Short-term solution will be putting food on the table. Now, that's the end result. How we go about that. We don't have social programs. Who takes care of the disabled? If someone is genuinely disabled doesn't mean when you have, it could be psychological. It could be emotional, it could be a mental problem. You're disabled. Who takes care of those people? Are they not citizens?
Yes, they are.
What plans do we have for them? Is it when we see them roaming on the streets and then naked trying to eat out of the gutter that we think they have, we call this a mad person? No. It could be a psychological problem that probably just needs health care.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back. So welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Alfred Okoro as my guest. So Alfred, we're talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Politics, young people are not participating.
No.
Why?
We have political parties not based on ideology. I'm speaking from my
go ahead.
experience,
I mean,
and I want to
qualified.
believe a lot of people share the same sentiment. What really is the difference between APC and PDP?
Title.
Half of the governors from PDP have migrated to APC. What is their ideology? I do not believe we have ideology-based politics. Now, the problem, because I haven't played in that politics, could be completely different, but it doesn't exist. You can't say that PDP is conservative and that APC is liberal. You cannot say that. Even though I believe that a party should both have a liberal and conservative arms of it, depending on the geographical region, whereby one party, even let's use APC for example, the northern part of the country are more conservative than the southern part. So I would expect APC members in the north to be more conservative than APC members in the south. But people do not participate because they do not believe in the message. I was here in 2015 when Baba's election. I am not going to lie, I have never been around in a time where people were filled with hope. Maybe it turned out to just be a marketing gimmick. It's not just about me directly, but where is those promises? And for me personally, I voted for General Buhari. Yeah, maybe I think what we have is President Buhari, but what I voted for was the general that was going to instill discipline in us, that was going to bring us this military structure. I'm not sure I'm sure there are so many things that I do not know that is transpiring, but I don't think we are getting the short end of it.
Well, quite to be fair to the government, they're building some infrastructure, fixing some interstate and federal
One
roads.
credit I would give this government is on macroeconomics. I'm not an economist, so my words might be a little different, but I think I flew into Abuja and I was impressed with the airport. Apart from that, this government, the huge credit I would give to them is from 1999, this is the only government that continued the previous administration's projects, that never abandoned them. Even if they didn't come up with brand new ones on their own, there are no ghost projects. That was very common in our politics,
Oh, yes.
whereby this governor starts this road. Oh, because it's not me that started it, I don't want to give credit to this, I'm not going to. And you see that on the social media scheme whereby the PDP sympathizers, when a railroad is completed or something, they're like, but he didn't start it. So what? To me, personally, I give them kudos on the macro level. But I'm not sure they get a pass on the micro level, and which is food on the table of everyday Nigerians. And I believe the general that people were clamoring for was the man of the people. I'm sure, like I said, it's not a criticism, but if we are to assess, I think on the micro level, I think we got the short end of the stick if we were to look at it from that perspective.
So let's flip back to the youth now.
Yes.
Why, how do we get them interested?
We need to resell the youth on this entity called Nigeria, because I do not genuinely feel that they believe in this project.
Well, you still fall within that category, youth. So how would you sell the entity Nigeria to your fellow compatriots?
By selling them authenticity, by selling them genuineness, and by sensitization. Because it's easy to fall apart when you don't believe people, and we don't believe our politicians. Where someone, please allow me to backtrack a little bit. During the COVID,
yes,
there was a lockdown, and there was the riots, and people busted into a factory. The word became a social media meme, palliatives. How can we justify that? Food that was destined for the populace was being hoarded by politicians. How can I justify that? We're talking about food. Forget the money. We are talking about food.
Yes.
And people are supposed to quarantine. So let's use the people that are working in hospitals, in hotels. So that means no money.
Yes.
Let's call the transporters. That means no money. Maybe the people the bankers, maybe banks are big enough or structured enough that they could still be paying their staff. But let's talk about the undocumented, the people that feed off of the everyday income. How are they supposed to abide by that lockdown in place? I'm not arguing the lockdown because of the epidemic. There is supposed to be a lockdown. But how are they supposed to survive? So then the word on the street came that there were this food, but some politicians stocked it. How can you justify that? Yeah, maybe not everybody wants to stick their neck out, which I can understand. The role is not for everybody.
So now, let's fast track.
Okay.
Sell Nigeria.
This is home. Nowhere like home. And all it's going to take is for us to get together. All it's going to take is for us to believe in the project. And if we believe in the Nigeria project, we define our Nigeria, not my Nigeria. Maybe my is not the word, because the word I want to use is my Nigeria, internalizing it for your own personal, not someone else's, your Nigeria. What is it you desire Nigeria to be? How do you create that? We need to resell this project, this entity. I genuinely believe that what else would they believe? There is nowhere else to go. This is home. It's just that home is not habitable.
Let me ask you this final question.
Yes, sir.
Is there hope for Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Show me.
We just need to try to get the right hands. And I'm sorry, even though it's your right question, I think people don't understand what the word change means. People got caught up with the change mantra, saying, we voted for change, we didn't get it. No. Change is a continuum. That we changed and didn't get it doesn't mean that we stop. If a female goes to a hair salon and gets a bad hairdresser, does she stop making her hair?
No.
She tries another hairdresser. Why is it that when we change a politician and they're bad, we give up? We change them. One of the reasons why I loved APC winning was that concept of change. It's not about the results. But if we can get the mindset that we can change people when they underperform, in the long term, it's going to be great for us. I believe in this country. It's not about anything else, but it's not a me thing. And I understand somebody that's not getting psyched up about the project. It's fine. That creates work. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's not meant to be easy.
So you're saying they should believe in change?
We should believe in the word change, not who spoke it. We should believe that change means that we have to keep trying until we get it right.
And we do that every election?
Every election, we have to participate. We must participate. I do not think that the parties currently existing are ideology-based, but we can change it from the outside. You can only change it from the inside.
Thank you very much, Alfred,
Thank
for
you,
your
sir.
time.
It's a pleasure.
I've had timeless conversations with Alfred Okoro. Next time, we'll bring you another interesting talk session. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. I am Shade Uwe, and this is the news brief. The Sultan of Sokoto and President of the National Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Muhammad Sa'ad Abubakar, has confirmed the sighting of the moon marking the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan. The Sultan, in a post shared by the National Moon Sighting Committee Nigeria on its X handle on Sunday, called on Muslims across the country to commence fasting today. Earlier, the crescent, which signals the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, was sighted in Saudi Arabia on Sunday. The moon, which was spotted on Sunday evening, signals the end of Shaban, the 8th month of Hijri calendar, and the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, which is equivalent to Monday, March 11th. The month of Ramadan is determined by the lunar Islamic calendar, in which months span either 29 or 30 days and commence as well as conclude based on the sighting of the moon. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has enjoined Muslims faithful in Nigeria to extend their charity to the less privileged as they begin the Ramadan fasting. Atiku Abubakar, in a statement by his media office in Abuja, advised Muslims to assume the month of Ramadan by seeking Allah's mercy and forgiveness. He said that by the sighting of the Ramadan moon, Muslims across the world, especially in Nigeria, should spend more time supplicating to God for His mercy on the country and on individuals. Meanwhile, as Ramadan commences today, the chairman of the Northern States Governors Forum and governor of Gombe State, Inuwa Yahaya, has called for unity and urged the federal government to provide adequate security for lives and properties during the season. In a goodwill message signed by his Director General, Press Affairs, Ismaila Misili Yahaya urged the Muslim Ummah and the entire citizenry to utilize the sacred month for fervent prayers and seek relief amid present economic hardships. The Northern Governors Forum chairman also expressed deep concern over the alarming increase in abduction of vulnerable citizens in some parts of the country, as he asked the citizens to pray for peace, development, and prosperity of Gombe State and Nigeria at large. As Muslims commence the Ramadan fast, the Plateau State Governor, Caleb Mutfwang, has asked Muslims in the state to pray for political leaders so that they can provide good governance and also pray for a peaceful and prosperous Plateau State. Governor Mutfwang, in a statement, extended his heartfelt greetings and best wishes to the peace-loving people of Plateau State, stating that the month of Ramadan is a month of sacrifice and self-denial. Also, the Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, has called on the Muslim faithful to foster good neighborliness and kindness during the Ramadan season. In a statement today, the governor said the fasting period should serve as a time for soulful reflection, devotion, prayers, and care for one another. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Islamic lunar calendar, in which Muslims all over the world observe fasting for a period of 29 to 30 days. As the holy month of Ramadan begins, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, has restated the commitment of the force for the provision of adequate security for all across the country. The Force Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumoyiwa Adejobi, in a statement said Egbetokun gave reassurance while extending greetings to all Muslims at the start of Ramadan. The IGP urged all Muslim Ummah to embrace the spirit of compassion, support one another, foster a sense of harmony, and build stronger bonds of friendship and cooperation in the holy months and beyond. The presidency has denied allegations of padding the 2024 budget by an additional 3 trillion naira. This followed accusations by Senator Abdul Ningi of Bauchi Central that the executive is implementing a budget other than the one approved on January 1, 2024. This came as Senate said it would meet over the matter on Tuesday using its internal mechanisms and control process. Ningi, under the aegis of the Northern Senators Forum, had contended in an interview that the federal government led by President Bola Tinubu was executing a budget significantly higher than what was passed by the NAS. According to the lawmaker, a 25 trillion naira budget was debated and passed, not the 28.7 trillion naira that is currently being implemented. The lawmaker also revealed plans to meet President Bola Tinubu later this week. More Nigerians are queuing behind the call for a change of government from the very bogus and expensive presidential system of government to a less expensive and progressive parliamentary system. This was the view of stakeholders at a seminar organized by the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought in Abuja. The clamor for the call for a change of government in Nigeria from the presidential to the parliamentary system seems to be gathering support from Nigerians from different walks of life since the call was made by 60 House of Representatives lawmakers at plenary. The Abuja School of Social and Political Thought has also joined the conversation by organizing a seminar in Abuja where Nigerians can lend their thoughts on the national discussion. The Executive Director, Dr. Sam Amadi, explains the importance of the seminar against the backdrop of the call and the need for Nigerians to be properly informed through a national discussion that would not include Nigerians across the divide from the north, south, east, and west.
These 61 legislators who are thinking around restructuring have some important message. But we figured out it's not just about initiating a bill. It's about first having a national conversation. So we said first, let's get this back to the people in a rigorous, open discourse. As a school, we believe that you can't just migrate to a different system of government without doing some analysis, some review. Ask yourself, what's the evidence that Parliament works with the presidential system of government? So first, we want to get into the research and look at the structure of Nigeria, the crisis of Nigeria development, how it relates to structure. And then the question around, are there better structure that can guarantee better results? Okay. And they are. And so what we are doing, this is the part of the series. First, we'll do a research. Second, to do a public, seminar like this. So our focus is to say, don't make it merely a legislative initiative. Make it a public discourse.
The minority leader of the House, Honorable Kingsley Chinda, and one of the arrowheads for clamor in his remarks says the change was long overdue, stating that the presidential system, as currently practiced in the country, has failed woefully.
We are proposing a homegrown parliamentary system that will put into consideration the Nigerian problem, issues of plurality that we have in our system, issues of corruption, issues of abuse of office, which is not readily done in other climes. And so when you begin to compare Nigerian public office holders with their counterparts in the United States, you are going to make mistakes. The conditions are not the same. Today, people look at their future. People are afraid of the unknown. And because of that, you see excessive selfishness in public office. So there must be a punishment and reward system. We must have a responsive and responsible system of government, a hands-on system that will take us from the woods where we are. And we can only achieve this if we change the structure.
Other participants also expressed their preference for the parliamentary system of government against the presidential as currently practiced in the country.
Anything that will bring the government closer to the people, that will reduce the discretion for stealing and corruption, will definitely be good for the nation. My understanding is that the parliamentary system is built in such a way that it will not be so easy to steal such humongous sums of money, misuse our natural resources legally, because that's the problem. Our nation, government people are stealing legally, so they don't even feel that they are stealing.
No local economy, in Nigeria. That's because the subnationals are weak. The local governments are weak. Even the money that is meant to go to local governments are also, don't eventually get to them. So I am submitting that if you have done something continuously for a long time and it keeps producing the same result, there's no harm in also trying to, check the alternatives, especially when there's evidence suggests that those alternatives have produced superior economic reforms.
Every new government or administration is considered to be worse than the one just before it. And it has been consistent. It has not changed. It means that there is something we keep doing fundamentally wrong and which keeps getting aggravated in its wrongness, and it would continue thus unless we change it. Parliamentary system of government will not be a quick fix, but it will be a whole lot better than what we have today.
As hunger continues to bite harder on Nigerians across the country, especially among the low-income earners, some students and lecturers of the Lens Polytechnic Ofa in Kwara State over the weekend took to the streets in their numbers in a peaceful rally, pleading with the federal and state governments to fulfill their campaign promises with a view to bringing urgent succor to Nigerians. According to the students and lecturers, addressing hunger and insecurity of lives and properties across the nation at this crucial moment is a must for the political class, which must manifest through their political campaign promises. Addressing journalists during the rally across major roads in Offa Metropolis, the lecturers noted that students no longer find it easy to assimilate when they are taught in the class, being on an empty stomach as a result of hunger and hike on transportation and all other prices of commodities.
There is hunger in the land. The prices of goods and services keep increasing day by day. Everyone is affected. Both we, the students, the lecturers, market women, everybody keep complaining. So we want to urge our government, we want to urge those in power. We believe in your administration. We know you are working. In various areas you are working. But please hasten it. This hunger wants to kill some people. The suffering in the land is too much.
Currently, the most threatening issues that everybody can really perceive is hunger in the land. There is high rate of poverty. In fact, when you are not well fed, it's difficult for you to really assimilate, and the transportation cost is very high. A lot of them even find it very difficult to get to the school because of cost of transportation. Some of them will have to trek about 5 miles before you come to school. You are already tired. So there is nothing a lecturer is trying to teach you that will get to your score.
The students pleaded with the federal and state governments to urgently save them from hunger and kidnappers, insisting they deserve a better life.
We have cases of several kidnappings in the country, and we also have inflation. The price of everything in the markets now is very cost, and people can't even buy what they have with their own hard-earned money. And this is just to remind the government that we deserve a better tomorrow, a better change for everybody, for our children, for our lives. Even because we, as a student, we are also facing the issue of hardship because we can't even ask money from our parents at home.
Food now is already expensive, so now, like Gary, now we are buying it maybe 15 naira per cup before, or 13 naira. Now it's now 150 or 200. So please, we do not want this again.
A member of the House of Representatives representing Chikun Kajuru Federal Constituency in Kaduna State, Honorable Ekene Adams, has assured residents of the government's readiness to tackle banditry, kidnapping, and other challenges confronting communities in the state. The lawmaker stated this when he visited Gonin Gora constituency in Chikun local government over the recent attacks and abduction of 13 residents in the area. Honorable Ekene, who condemned the abduction of over 250 school pupils in Kuriga and incessant attacks in the communities, donated items to both Christian and Muslims in the area. Also, the district head of Gonin Gora, Yusuf John, said the community has suffered a series of attacks in the past 5 years, noting that bandits are demanding huge ransom from victims and their families.
I believe the government are doing everything humanly possible to see they go back to their family. And I assure them, by the special grace of God, they will surely reunite to their family soonest. You should always remain in peace, be calm, that they must not take laws into their hand. They should understand that the government are doing everything humanly possible. They must not allow the bad ones to come into them so that they could be able to take laws into their hand. They should always be law-abiding to see what God has for us. And I believe something good is coming.
What we want now is security. Let our people live peacefully. Come later in the evening. Just come to my town later. You see, I don't even have what else. People from that terrain will all feel my sleep until the morning. They will go back to bath, who can eat. Once it is everyday life, the whole project, the main road, people will be full. They will be full there to the capacity. They are running from the fear of this. They are requiring 40 trillion. For the 13%. Yes, for the 13%, 40 trillion. Our budget is not even that. 40 trillion. You see 11 kilos car. And 150 that bikes. 140. People are living hand to mouth now. And you're asking them to bring this huge amount of money. Where do they get this money?
Some of the victims of bandits' attacks shared their bitter experiences.
And the men there, they are treated badly. We, the women and the children, at least we are a bit comfortable. They are tied to chains. They cannot move, they cannot move. Please help us. No matter what you can do. Even if the military want to help us, whoever wants to help us, they should go silently, not making noise. Please. You know the pains we are feeling with our loved ones out there. I saw it, I went there, I saw it, and I came out. It was when he went, took my ransom, that they released me and one of my child. Then they held my last baby and my husband and my husband's neighbor.
And here, everywhere, yeah, cuts everywhere, all over my body. I have 5 members of my family presently down with the kidnappers. There are 6, but by the grace of God, the security personnel and some of the soldier people, they came that very night. I appreciate their effort. They did very well. As they came, they rescued my child.
Social media has become part of daily lives of not just Nigerians, but people globally. However, a downtime in 1 or 2 social media platforms can cause immense disruptions. Nigerians are speaking on the impact of social media on their lives. That's on Street Views. Do take a listen.
Well, social media has actually helped me to be more aware of the happenings in my country. So there are some things that have actually been gone under the carpet that we don't really know that it's actually happening. But with the help of social media, it's just at our fingertips. As we get to hear them, we get to know them. Take, for example, the Ukraine issue sending us grain. You know, a war-torn nation sending us grain. Actually, it was on social media. I heard it first. So without social media, it could have gone past me. I wouldn't have known. It will be difficult, but yes, I can, but it will be difficult. It will kind of, it will be like you are in the dark. It's like going back in the dark age. But we can adjust. After all, we've been living without it before.
It's basically entertainment, so you just like be updated and catch cues and see what's trending and what is not. That's just it. It doesn't affect. I cannot cope with that Twitter. I can cope with that any other social media app, but see Twitter, never. I cannot.
To me, social media is one very important part of my daily life because it helps me. Imagine living without data. Imagine living without coming online, doing, like, how would you even live your life? So social media is one very important part of my daily life, yes. So I don't think I can. I cannot cope without social media.
Social media, like, you know, I would say it's very, very full. You have too many contents on there. So you have like some contents that will help in your personal life, daily life, professional life, even ideas when it comes to work. And there are also some times that it gets too much. So I just have to quit. Like, I'm closing Instagram, I'm closing WhatsApp, you know. I wish I can cope 100% without social media. But like now, if I need to get ideas for work, if I need to get inspiration, social media works sometimes. And so it's like, it's hard to cope without social media now.
I don't use social media for any other thing except for to promote my personal self skills, and that is designing. So, and most of the time I post my artwork and my designs on social media. So that's what I mostly use. No, I can't. WhatsApp, the likes of WhatsApp and the chatting aspect of it, you can't cope without it because even most businesses use social media to promote their brands and everything. So I don't think I can cope without social media.
Me as a person, I'm into entertainment and I'm also into digital marketing. So social life is actually helping me out myself. I don't think I can. I wouldn't want it that way. Oh, because it's going to be affecting us as a person, even human being. Most times when you're not even so cool, you can just use social media to calm yourself. But me as a person that I'm into entertainment, the social media is helping me, and I'm able to do my digital marketing online there.
Now moving on to other parts of Africa. Amid escalating tensions in Sudan, General Yasser al-Attah, representing the country's military, has delivered a resolute stance that there will be no ceasefire during the forthcoming Islamic month of Ramadan unless certain conditions are met. This declaration underscores the entrenched conflict between Sudan's armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces, revealing the complexity of the nation's political landscape. The conflict between the army and the RSF erupted in mid-April 2023, sparked by disagreements over the trajectory of Sudan's transition to civilian rule. Since then, the fighting has exacted a heavy toll on the country, leaving swaths of land ravaged, communities displaced, and infrastructure decimated. And to news from outside Africa. Israeli police have prevented hundreds of Palestinians who wanted to perform the first Taraweeh prayer of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan from entering Al-Aqsa Mosque in the old city of occupied East Jerusalem, beating many of them. According to information from eyewitnesses, the police only allowed women and men over 40 to enter. Eyewitnesses said that many Palestinians who came to perform Taraweeh had gathered at the gate of the noble sanctuary or Aram al-Sharif. The Israeli state reports that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took responsibility for the decision to allow extremist Jews to storm Al-Aqsa Mosque during the month of Ramadan. It said that Netanyahu, along with Israel's internal security service, Shin Bet, and the army, had previously called for such a move. However, the Israeli government, in a statement on March 5th, claimed that contrary to the demand of far-right coalition partners, it would not restrict the worship of Palestinians at Al-Aqsa Mosque during the Ramadan period. The Muslim holy month of Ramadan begins today in Gaza with no truce in sight as fighting rages between Israeli forces and Hamas militants as a dire humanitarian crisis grips the besieged Palestinian territory. Aid groups say only a fraction of the supplies required to meet basic humanitarian needs have been allowed into Gaza since October, when Israel placed it under near total siege. The non-governmental group Open Arms said its boat would tow a barge with 200 tons of food, which it partners the U.S. charity World Central Kitchen would then unload on Gaza shores. And in business news, Bitcoin hits a fresh record above $71,000 a day as the demand for the cryptocurrency picks up amid optimism that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates this year. The unit hit a peak of $71,432 in afternoon Asian business, meaning Bitcoin prices hit a new record high of above $71,000 today. The cryptocurrency prices have been boosted by a flood of cash into new spot Bitcoin exchange-traded funds, as well as hopes that the U.S. Federal Reserve will soon cut interest rates. The Central Bank of Nigeria has strengthened its preemptive surveillance of banks to unearth infractions and ensure compliance with extant rules and guidelines. The banks have been under intense criticism in recent periods for alleged complicity in economic crimes, as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission alleged that 70% of financial crimes in the country could be traced to the banking sector. Financial industry sources yesterday said that the Apex Bank has rejigged its surveillance mechanism to appropriately focus on banks' financial statements and audit reports. And in entertainment, Cillian Murphy has become the first Irish-born winner of the Best Actor award as Oppenheimer swept the Oscars. The movie, Oppenheimer, dominated proceedings, winning Best Picture, Best Director for Christopher Nolan, and Best Supporting Actor for Robert Downey Jr. Murphy was named Best Leading Actor for his acclaimed portrayal of theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer. And in sports, Watford have sacked head coach Valerian Ismail following Saturday's 2-1 home defeat by Coventry and placed former midfielder Tom Cleverley in interim charge. The Hornets were beaten 2-1 by the Sky Blues to leave them 13th in the Sky Bet Championship, while adrift off the playoff places and 7 points above the relegation zone. The chances of promotion are receding for the Premier League club Watford, who have one win in the last 10 games and are in the 13th place in the standings. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
by the lovely NJ and Mary, who we haven't been on set together in what feels like forever. I mean, we're just still settling into the comeback. It feels like we're starting all over again from day one. But lovely to see you, ladies. Happy International Women's Day.
Oh, yeah,
we rock, we rule. You know. So how's today been?
Oh, for me, it's been full of activities.
Yeah.
Had to go to Oracle, had, different partners, you have to go and visit them. They're having events. Then we had our own internal, small talk and all that. Then, so it's been a busy day with full of activities.
Today has been a full-on activity.
Yeah.
I was saying how I'd been on my feet so our event started at 1 p.m. And I think I maybe sat down for the first 20 minutes. And then after that, I was on my feet till 5 o'clock or about 5:30. So it's been a very fun day, but it's also like when I sleep tonight, my goodness, my bed gonna be like, what?
I know the feeling.
So looking forward to it. But yeah, Mary, how's your day been?
I mean, it was pretty much very calm. I can see you guys had a lot of International Women's Day activity. I can't say that. They only asked me for a picture of my office. And then they did like an email trail of a few people doing the sign. But that was about it. Just a lot of people talking about women inclusion online and stuff,
Okay.
We trying to, push jewelry out as well. To the women.
Is this a gifting day?
Yes.
Somebody gift me something.
Yes, celebrate yourself, celebrate the women in your life,
Wow.
So, yeah.
I need to get that memo earlier next year. So that,
Me too.
As soon as we get to March 1st, I can start posting.
Yeah.
It's like 7 days away. 7-day countdown. Post a few gift ideas.
Yeah, that's a nice
How many
idea.
times are we going to get gifts this year?
Yes,
Someone was complaining that there are
like
7 to 9,
Female.
7 or 9 female, celebrating women. I'm like, but you're in this world because of a woman.
Exactly.
If you have to celebrate a woman every day, then
Why
do
not?
that.
Thank you.
You know?
So, even if we're going to say there's 7 to 9 official days, please, you should gift a woman more than that.
Yeah.
Thank
all
you.
the time.
Yeah.
Show
And
her
yes,
love.
we are women, so we're biased. But yes, gifts work every single
time. Every time.
But yeah, I mean, I think being on set is a fantastic day to cap off the week.
Yeah.
And cap off today, where we get to talk about, still along the theme of today, International Women's Day, and get to talk about empowering women, sustainability. So I'm looking forward to that conversation when we bring in our guest. But here's what we found as today's quote. No country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contribution of half its citizens. And that's by the former First Lady of the United States, Michelle Obama. So, I mean, this quote is, I don't think there's anything truer than that. So you talked about the woman being the source of life, the woman birthing the child, but then the woman is also the driver of the economy. So for those who are faith-based, you think about the Proverbs 31 woman and all the things that are espoused there in terms of business, home and all. But the truth of it is, the economy is built on the back of a woman. We're having some conversations today about how a woman marries a man, right? The cultural issues around whether, for example, women can inherit land, whether they can inherit assets, and the fact that in some parts of this here Nigeria, women still need their husband's permission to open a bank account. I mean, I heard that and I thought to myself, really? Are we that far off? But the reality of it is that man being, let's even say that in utopia, he's the sole provider. The day his resources don't carry the entire needs, he's going to look to that woman. And then the next thing, she has to go and do some trade. She has to find something to do, basically, to ensure that her family is taken care of, and everything that they need, or as much as she can add to her household, is provided. So when you think about it in that very simple context, it just shows that and that's not even talking about the women who are breadwinners. That's not talking about, so a lot falls on the shoulder of the woman, right? If you look at a lot of the small business SMEs, in some sectors, they're driven wholly by women. So really and truly, that quote just speaks to it. If you don't empower the women, right, if you don't offer them sustainable development, then you're going to have a big black hole. So what happens when the man can't provide, or whatever the circumstances, then it just, goes awry. Your thoughts on the quote very quickly?
Well, just like you, I think you've said a whole lot in that one. So you've explained it, you've turned it into different shreds. And I think it's very, like we said, is very, very important for us to recognize the importance of women in our lives and in today's world. I was listening to something on the radio, and they were talking about, everything today is centered around the International Women's Day. And they were bringing up some, they made a statement that there are two people who have surpassed, who have the highest IQ. The two people who have the highest IQ in the world are actually both women. So there are lots of things centered around women. There is a lot of value. Women, they say women can see more colors than men. Women are more perceptive. Yeah.
Intuitive. So there's a lot to say.
There's a lot to it.
Yeah, around the value women present. But let's jump right into it. So. Women inclusion in sustainable development is not merely a matter of social justice. It's an economic and environmental imperative. Empowering women and ensuring their full participation in decision-making processes across all sectors are essential steps towards building resilience, equitable and prosperous societies. Today we want to discuss the topic, women inclusion for sustainable development, with Abiodun Owo. And when we open our phone lines, we'll love to hear what you also have to say. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. Please stay with us. You're still watching Ways. International Women's Day is a global day celebrating the social, economic, and cultural and political achievements of women. March 8th is a day that calls for action for accelerating women's equality. With its first gathering in 1911, International Women's Day is widely supported by over 1 million people and belongs to all groups collectively everywhere. And that's absolutely true. I mean, I've heard all sorts on the radio today about International Women's Day. In fact, I think someone was saying 1909. But yeah, it's been around for a while. The fight for equality for women is not a new fight. The suffragette movement, women just seeking rights, the right to work, right? It's
right to pay, more pay.
Yeah, equal pay. Just, I mean, even before we even got to the point of equal pay is a today problem. But in that day, just the right to to pay, what's it called, to work, the right to vote, all of those things that we take for granted now. So we've come a really long way. But let's jump into what we found in the news. I'll start with you, NJ.
Okay, so my news story tonight is a depraved mother and son are charged with sexually abusing children as young as 5 and live streaming it for money. So a mother who calls herself a specialist in erectile dysfunction, her son and her boyfriend are behind bars accused of several shocking child sex abuse charges. In November 2023, police were called to a home in Ocala, Florida, after two minor boys were reported to have been abused while they were away from their family home over Thanksgiving. So one of the boys said that the pair will pull them out of bed separately to perform sex acts that include digital and object anal penetration. And this would happen in front of a laptop. I think I would just stop there and just, let's take it. Let's take it just tells you where people's mind is right now. And it's scary that a mother, being International Women's Day, a mother who is supposed to be a protector is going this extreme with other people's children, along with her very own son. So that tells you that as much as we're trying to, point people in the right direction, there's some people who have made the obvious, choice to just go in the other direction. because this is really depraved for someone to do this to someone else's child, and even alongside her own, child, instead of teaching or directing the child in the right way. It's quite unfortunate that we still...
the ideal woman.
It's quite surprising.
Sad. Yeah. Mary, what did you find for us?
Nigeria's problems. Once again, Lagos airport power outage due to electrical spark. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria on Friday said that the power outage recorded at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos on Thursday resulted from a minor wire spark. This was disclosed in a statement by the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Obiageli Ora. I mean, it's like quite a shame.
Nigeria's problems, whether it be the problem of power, whether it be the problem of maintenance, whether it be the problem of quality,
there's always one
problem. Yeah, there's problem.
It's sad.
But so this didn't turn into a full-blown blaze or anything?
No, it didn't. No.
Okay.
So,
thank God for that.
Well, small mercies.
Yeah.
Because I can imagine coming back from the airport and then, trying to sort out immigration and then maybe there's no lights for like 1 hour, or you're trying to get your bags. You're just like, oh yeah, back to this
in Nigeria.
Country.
Yeah, it just lets you know that you're
welcome back.
The plane hasn't mistakenly taken you to the wrong country.
No. There's one thing that would always let you know you're in Nigeria. Once you get into Nigeria airport, the escalator is not working. Yeah, back.
Is it the heat? For me, it's the smell. The minute you step off the plane into
and you
tunnel,
walk into the airport,
it's the smell. It's literally the smell and then the humidity before the heat.
Before you even see the escalator that never works.
As well. Well, I think we can take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll jump into today's topic.
In order for somebody to actually cyberbully, I mean, you must have a problem within you. You can clearly tell when someone is intending to hurt you and hurt your feelings from when someone is just trying to state their opinion on something. Like, it's a thin line, but like, you could definitely tell between the both. Bullies are always going to be bullies, and you just can't let that sort of thing...
We need to create more awareness of what cyberbullying is. Like shows like these, platforms like these, we come to educate what cyberbullying is and the perils that comes with it. 57% of Nigerian youths have no idea of what cyberbullying is. A person who is cyberbullied suffers 37% social anxiety, 36% depression, 24% suicidal thought, 23% self-harm, 12% developing antisocial behavior, 10% developing eating disorder, and 10% running from home. So calculate that. Imagine the number of negativity you're installing on one person. Our close friends are our biggest targets of cyberbullying. So as we always review in 48 Laws of Power, conceal your intention. It's not everything you spill out. You don't say everything out. Even if the person is sleeping with you on the same bed, you don't spill everything out. Don't trust the next person beside you.
So staying with us, one of the fundamental aspects of women's inclusion in sustainable development is economic empowerment. Studies have consistently shown that when women are economically empowered, entire communities benefit. Women tend to invest in a higher proportion of their income in their families, education, and well-being, leading to improved outcomes for future generations. By providing women with access to financial resources, education, and training, societies can unlock their potential as drivers of economic growth and development. So today we're asking, how can we incorporate women to foster social sustainable development? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. So, International Women's Day, the theme, count on her.
Inclusion.
What's it called now? Inclusion, right? It really, I think that every year as the themes evolve, we see a different perspective to this journey that we're on. So I think for me, I think it was 2 years ago, was Bias, and then I'm trying to remember what last year's own was now. But the idea is that every year you think we're going to run out of things to focus on and themes, right? But we never do, because there's always something to sort of think about. So now when we're talking about inclusion for women, I remember when I saw it, I got asked at work to sort of give a quote on the theme. And when I heard inclusion, I thought, okay, I get the concept of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. Okay, yeah, so there was equity. Yeah, that was the one last year. And then now inclusion. So the idea that we've now moved to the thought of how we create inclusivity and inclusive opportunities for women really kind of shows the fact that we are making progress. That's the way I choose to see it anyway, where now we're talking about how we can provide more opportunities, how, when we're saying counter in, how are we opening the door? And what I like to say is, I know a lot of people have negative sentiments around women helping women, but how are we doing everything we possibly can to give women as much visibility, as much exposure, as much, giving them that opportunity to be included, to take a seat at the table and actually be heard. So for me, I'm very excited about today's topic. Can't wait to get our guest here. So let me just hear from you, maybe 1 minute quickly, your thoughts around inclusivity for women. Have you had any personal experiences of, having those opportunities that someone has gone out of their way to include you, just to set the scene for the conversation today?
For me, I think my boss has really paved the way for me. I mean, I've basically only ever worked there, and I can tell you that we have more females in the company than men. And it's always, her father being the MD, I know she definitely fought a lot of, battles, because it's like, is he going to hand down the company to her, being a woman, So when she's talking to us, she tells me things like, Mary, you have to fight. Like, you don't understand, like, they're not creating this table for you, but you have to literally you have to take it, you have to put yourself on the table. Right. And sometimes I'm like, try to understand, what she's saying and stuff, because you're just on the side and she's like, girl, you have to work twice as hard, and I can see her, even when she, wants to ask for certain things, the fashion brand, she built the fashion brand. And my MD is a bit like traditional and all of that. And it took a lot, for her to convince her dad. And even now that he now understands, you can see the pride, when he my daughter, everything, my daughter, you can see that he now has that confidence. And so that has also, made a way for us to say we have female managers in the company. You were more empowered to, speak up, even when we go for like presentations, and she speaks to us. She tells us like, look, there's nothing that the men are doing that you can't do. In fact, you even have more advantage. So
use it.
Basically.
I love it.
That's I really do appreciate her for that.
That's a really good point to which we should, I think, bring in our guest. So, Abiodun, in fact, I think we're going to take a break now. Yeah, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, Abiodun will join us. Please stay with us.
Of social media to commit fraud, to commit crimes. The one I have the major problem with is not when the crime and the fraud. I mean, those things happen, right? Even without social media, it happens. But you see cyberbullying. Oh God. Do you understand the detriment that thing can cause to somebody? Do you understand how bad? And the painful part of it is a lot of times they don't just mean this thing. They don't say it off one time and it's off their head. but you don't understand the gravity of pain and emotion you're causing the person you just bullied. He's going to deal with it for life. I'm waiting and looking at the day where we can use social media to make Nigeria. I'm so interested in this Nigeria becoming, getting to that point of global standard where we would actually have $1.
Multiple benefits to social media, such as communication, connectivity, building a community, education, and much more. We also can't shy away from the fact that social media actually has unintended consequences on our mental health, such as low self-esteem, anxiety, depression, fear of missing out, body image issues, and much more. You can't really come on social media and then use another person's ruler to measure your success. I mean, then you're bound to feel like you're not even doing anything, or you're not making any progress. But like, if you really just look at social media for what it is and just know that, okay, like, yeah, social media has like a certain side effects or certain effects, but you have to be much more aware than that. And you have to know that there's certain things that you can believe and you can't believe on social media. And you just have to use it to honestly build yourself and build your future.
With us, Abiodun Owo is the Senior Programs Executive at Aspire Coronation Trust Foundation, where she coordinates the development and implementation of the organization's programs activities. She's a public health professional with over 15 years of experience designing, implementing, and monitoring social and behavior change interventions. Over the years, she has engaged a variety of audiences, adolescents, youth, health professionals, media practitioners, and community leaders, influencing favorable behavior, change in reproductive, maternal, child, adolescent health, communicable diseases, leadership, development, amongst others. Abiodun's personal goal is to make meaningful impact on the lives of people in her sphere of influence through capacity building and strengthening. So, Abiodun Owo, which means money, joins us today. Love that. Thank you for joining us. I mean, you're the best person to be sitting at this table today, really. We're talking women. We're talking women, we're talking inclusion, we're talking sustainable development. So let's start off with your take on where women are today in terms of empowerment.
Okay, so in terms of empowerment, I would say women are in a better place than it used to be. But of course, it can always get better. It can always get better. What it was 100, 200 years ago is not what it is now. You know, imagine as simple as a marathon. It wasn't even viewed as something a woman should participate in. And then it took just one woman, you know, to make that attempt. And she insisted, I'm going to participate. And then she sort of, you know, made a leeway for other women to, you know, participate in marathon. And a couple of other things that have happened, you know, in terms of access to education, economic empowerment, and things like that. So I think that it's a lot better than it used to be, but of course, it's still work in progress.
So, ladies, who wants to go first?
Well, let me say that when it comes to women's participation in, you know, or inclusion in sustainable development, there has been a lot of challenges over the years. And like you rightfully said, we've been fighting those challenges, and now we've gotten to the point where a few things women are included in a few things, and there's still a lot of things. Let me put it that way, because it's a continuous battle. So, or a continuous challenge, let me put it that way, not like a battle, because what we want to do is create awareness and to be seen and to be heard, and to be accepted for who we are, and to be given the opportunity to show what we are made of, or what we are, how we benefit the society in different industries and ways. Because obviously women bring a lot to the table, and there's always that constant question of what do you bring to the table. So as a woman, how do we constantly, you know, keep our mind on these major topics in terms of women inclusion? Because there are so many areas that women are still not included. So in those areas, how long, at the pace at which we're going, how long do you think it will take? How well I think that's what I would want to ask. How well do you think that we are doing, or women are faring all around the world in this advocacy for women inclusion?
So I'd say again, we're making progress. Before now, you would have jobs where men who took, same positions as women are paid more than women. And then you found advocates for such, things that, this is not right. Even in sports, for example, why would the man be paid more than a woman for the same thing, for doing the same job, for delivering the same results? So I think that, like I said, it's still work in progress. I wouldn't say it would take maybe another 2, 3, 4, 5 decades. I think that depending on the kind of action that we also elicit from our awareness programs, majorly I think what women need to do is also arm themselves with information, get education, and I'm not just talking formal education, even if it is informal, get education. So why are these things happening? What are the things that have happened in the past that have changed? How did it change? Olufumilaya Ransome Kuti, for example, she fought for things that we now enjoy. So that means we also need to continue to take the baton from where the likes of our Chimamandas, where Dora Queenly have proven a point that, look, if you give a woman opportunity, she will do great stuff. So you sitting here, 4 of us, if we influence 5 other people, they influence 5 other people. The pace at which we do this, yes, will determine how much result and how fast we get the results that we want.
I think that's a great point to start on. On Ways on Fridays, we tend to talk about businesses, and I know that one of the areas that you focus on is leadership, and we talk about from an empowerment perspective and the impact on the economy of a nation. A lot of women today are entrepreneurs. What are you seeing in the work that you're doing, right, that speaks to how women have evolved as leaders, as entrepreneurs? How is that progress that we're talking about? How is it manifesting? And what are the next opportunities? Where is the growth? What are the growth possibilities for women in that space?
Okay, I'll pick on entrepreneurship, for example. So at Aspire Coronation Trust Foundation, we usually would, I wouldn't say prefer, but, give more opportunity to women because we're already at a disadvantage. So when we have nonprofits who want to do things that, impact the lives of individuals, we want to favor more women to come on board because if you empower a woman, you're most likely empowering a whole household, and then it impacts, yes, on the community and then the society at large. So what we're seeing is there are a lot more women more females who are taking up things where you usually find men in such spaces. So we have, for example, one of our partners work in solar installation, for example, empowering young people to have that as their business and even employ other people. So we make deliberate effort at having more women on board because you'll find more men interested in such things. Yeah. And then in STEM, for example, in tech things, we request that they involve more young women, more women in such things, and then you're seeing more women who are starting businesses, more women who are becoming more tech savvy, and they're starting businesses that are employing both women and men, and then they're doing great stuff from there.
It's just like you said, it's amazing how women, given the opportunities, always rise to the challenge. We were talking about the growth that we've had in my organization, going from maybe 1 or 2 women in our technology and IT department, and now we're at 20%. So, for me, that was one of the statistics that stood out today when we were discussing this, that women we can do everything. We go in, we're like salt or we're like sugar. We just go in and we make everything better.
Yeah.
That's Mary, I'll come to you.
Okay. So I'll come from the point of what other policies can we put in place, to take it a step higher, and also in our country, Nigeria, in the northern part, there's still a lot of work to do in terms of the girl child, the early marriage, and all of that. So how can we reach that area, and then globally, what kind of policies and strategies do you think that we should put in place for gender inclusivity?
So I'd say that for Nigeria, our problem is not coming up with policies. The policies are all there, rights of the girl child, discrimination against, violence and discrimination, policies, acts, laws. We have all of them. It's getting the buy-in of those in leadership, getting the political will to actually support. So there again, it comes to leadership. So when more women are involved in leadership, for example, it is easier for them to kick against child marriage, to kick against, having girls not go to school, because the woman sees what she has benefited from education, and then sees that these young girls, they could be the same. That could be, another me. So we have policies. What we need is the political will to actually implement. There are federal laws that have been ratified just by a few states, and then you see results from there. Lagos State is doing pretty well. Lagos State is doing very well, in terms of implementing things around education, around discrimination, around sexual violence, for example. I think what we need is not more policies. What we need actually is the implementation of the existing policies that we have in Nigeria, because we do have them.
So how can we do that better?
I guess lobbying, advocacy, do a lot more advocacy. So if we have more organizations who will continue to speak out, who will continue to lend their voices to the fact that girl child education is not something to be played with. The girl is just as important as the boy. So continuous advocacy. We just need to ensure that we get the support from those in leadership as much as we need.
I think that's a great point to take a break, and we'll be right back to pick up the conversation. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. If you are just tuning in, we're discussing the topic, Women Inclusion for Sustainable Development. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. And our phone line is also now open, so you can call us. The number to call us on is 0702-500-7749. When you do call in, please remember to turn down the volume of your TV set so that we can hear you and have a good conversation. So you just stopped on talking about policies and the fact that we don't have a gap in policies. We have more of a gap in implementation and maybe monitoring. I know that one of the areas, so let me piggyback on this. They say health is wealth, right? And we know that if we take Nigeria as a whole, we have healthcare issues. But when we bring that down to the female gender, it's even a bigger problem, because we have, you sort of talked about sort of gender-based violence. We talked, FGM. There's so many things that are peculiar to the woman. And these things all require what should be a functioning health system that can support us. Then you talk about things like maternal mortality. I mean, the numbers are scary when you look at them. Can you give us a picture of what's happening in that healthcare space as it relates to women?
Okay, so like you've rightly said, maternal mortality is usually second to India. Yeah, we have over 1,000 women out of 100,000 dying, and simply because they got pregnant and they couldn't get the kind of health, care that they needed, or because they couldn't get the consent of a man, to allow a doctor, sit exactly. So these have a ripple effect on the health of women. And then you've talked about female genital mutilation, for example. It is not the man who's been caught, it's the woman, it's the young girl who's been caught. And why? Because of cultures that are, primitive, to say the least. You don't see boys, you don't see men being at the receiving end of this kind of things. A couple of other things like that that just puts women at a disadvantage. And our healthcare system isn't one that has paid enough attention to women. Even in terms of budget allocation, I remember as far back as 2015, our country agreed to, to have to apportion 15% of our national budget to health. And up until 2024, I'm not even sure we have up to 9% of that nationally. And you wonder, this is 9 years after, so when are we going to get this 15% of the national budget allocated to health? And that is why you have the healthcare system in such a deplorable state. And women are usually at the receiving end because a woman who is pregnant, who can't get the antenatal care that she needs, falls back to a quack. She falls back to a traditional birth attendant who knows nothing, about helping a woman give birth, and they're just at the mercy of these people just because they are women. I can't deliver myself, when I'm pregnant. If it was possible, then we probably wouldn't need, the healthcare system. But then the health of the woman is solely dependent on a thriving healthcare system. And we're not there yet. We are not anywhere there yet in Nigeria.
But I think that the conversation so far, I think we've set a good foundation around the challenges that women are facing today. With the cultural context of Nigeria, the geographical context as well. Let's take a positive spin to the conversation. So I know a lot of the work that you're doing is in that space. How are the opportunities being created today for women? How are women benefiting from these and thriving? So a woman who's watching today, who maybe runs a small business or maybe needs to acquire a skill, what are those opportunities today that we can sit here and discuss around that word inclusion? How are we bringing women to the table on the positive side?
Okay, so of course, inclusion now would be, irrespective of what your ability is, what your background is, you have opportunity, to be listened to be valued, to be integrated, into the system. So women who need support with, for example, maybe entrepreneurial skills, they can access it from nonprofits, for example, that we partner with. We work with nonprofits who do things in health, for example, who do things in entrepreneurship, and they usually would serve their catchment area. They usually would serve their communities. So women who are based in these communities, of course, have them to access. And our partners do not hesitate to ensure that the awareness is created either via traditional media, social media, door-to-door information, and education and communication and things like that. So they just need to put themselves out there to find out, put their ears to the ground, find out where these services are available and take advantage of it, because usually they are not charged a fee for benefiting from such programs, from eye care services to maternal health services, having delivery kits, of their own just to get them set for that day, entrepreneurship skills, and a couple of other things, including STEM education as well, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Okay. So, sorry, I'll piggy off that contribution that you just made. So we've spoken about, this and how it affects the woman in terms of health and some other personal areas. So my question is, what are those social and economic costs? How detrimental is it for us not to include women? How detrimental has that been to our economy, and even to us as a whole, as a country? Not having that level of inclusion that we should have in order to attain, that sustainable development. What has that cost us as a country? Because it's important for us to look at that. That helps us to, weigh, the kind of what we should be looking at and the kind of problem that we have on our hands.
Okay, so I may not be able to put statistics to this, but I know that when you do empower a woman, you have done that for an entire household, and there's that ripple effect on the community. So when you do not do that, that means you have a woman who is solely dependent on her husband. And then when the husband is economically deprived, if he's affected by a job loss, for example, that means, you know, the entire family, we have an average of 4 to 5 children per household these days. So that means that household is in trouble. So if the woman is empowered, if the woman is able to make is able to make economic profit for herself, if she gets education that gives her more economic opportunities, for example, she saves her entire household and even an extended family. But when she doesn't, then we're losing out on a lot. And I'm not even sure that we can measure that at the moment, but I can say that it actually is detrimental.
I think we have a SDG goal for gender equality. An SDG for gender equality, and if I remember correctly, that's a 2030 deadline. So, with about 7 years to go, 6 years, the clock is ticking. If you were to measure where we are today against that goal, do you think that goal is achievable to achieve gender equality by 2030? If not, which I think so, but let me let you answer the question. If not, what would be your estimation based on what you're seeing so far in your space? Do you think, let me not even go for the world, let me come to this reality.
Yes, I do not think that we're anywhere near it. I could say maybe like a 30-35% that were, you know, a lot of efforts are being put in place, but then the sad reality is that we're not anywhere there yet. Perhaps if we could multiply our efforts by, say, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe it would be close to 70%. It's just the sad reality. I don't think that we're there yet. Not to say that we're not making efforts. A lot of efforts are being made. However, we still have you know, cultures, traditions that like just take us, that take us like 10 steps backwards again, even with all of the efforts that people are making.
You mentioned cultural, you know, mindset, but there are other, I would like for you to shed some light on other barriers that, you know, that hinder women's inclusion, because it's also very important for us to know these things so that when you're filling up the gap.
I think before we let you finish your question, I believe we have a call.
Oh, okay.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening, ladies.
Good evening.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you
What's
so
your
much.
name
You
and
guys
where
are
you're calling
looking really
from?
beautiful.
Thank you so much. What's your name and where
I'd
you're
rather
calling from?
choose to remain anonymous.
Okay. All right. Please go ahead.
All right. So a quick question for the guest, based on what you just asked, Uti. I hear a lot of times men always grumble about women holidays. We have too many holidays. We're already celebrating holidays. If you check global funding, there's a lot of funds directed towards women, right? Do you think that in itself might be the problem that is making this growth, you know, hitting a barrier, maybe not having more male allies to push this vision so we can have this inclusion? Do you think that in itself might be the problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anonymous. So I think that it goes both ways. There are people who feel that women are getting so much attention that are now becoming the endangered species. You know, I also think that so equality does not always mean that you should give a woman preference when she doesn't qualify, for example. So equality means this woman is just as qualified as this man. Why isn't she getting the opportunity that the man is getting? Equality isn't saying this woman, you know, she is just as human as this man and should get the opportunity that the man gets, even when she doesn't have half of the skills, you know, of the knowledge or information that the man has. That's not what equality is about. And I also think that we need to be more deliberate about male involvement, even when we're talking about inclusion. Because at the end of the day, you give the woman the opportunity. If she has a home, she goes back to the man, and then if she's not the type who knows her place in the home, for example, there's going to be a battle, there's going to be a tussle. Gender equality is not about fighting, trying to be shoulder to shoulder with the man. No, that is not what it is. But I also think that there may be some quarters where they think that all of this attention is so unnecessary. Why should the woman get so much more attention than the man? So different strokes, I think, lies for different folks. They happen at different degrees.
Well, we're fast running out of time. We have a comment here from Joseph Essien, and I think he's asking about what campaigns are in place for women inclusivity in the rural areas where FGM occurs, the exclusion of female children in education because of cultural beliefs, that she'll only benefit from her husband, she'll get married and she can get her sustenance from there. So I guess he's just trying to look at, what is in place, maybe what programs, what campaigns may be running today.
Yeah, I know about both national and international organizations that actually, campaign against, child brides, that campaign against female genital mutilation and things like that. And what they do is try to let people know that it is not wrong for the female child to have actually come as a female child. It's not her fault. Some of the things, and it always comes back to cultural perspective again. Some of the things that fuel these practices are they are cultural beliefs, they are traditional beliefs. Female genital mutilation, for example, shouldn't even exist. Why would you cut a girl? Why would you have to close up her genital area just to prevent promiscuity? It takes two to tango. Hello. Why isn't the same thing done to the boy? Why does the girl have to be the one at the receiving end all the time? So our traditions, our cultures, we actually need to question them, because these traditions, these cultural beliefs are created by humans. They are, just one man wakes up and thinks this is not right, and then nobody questions it, and that's why we're here today. And those things need to actually change. So the campaigns that are going on are saying no to female genital mutilation, no to child brides, because they do not deserve it. They deserve a much better future.
Absolutely. I think that's a very powerful note for us to end the show on. But like you said earlier, we need to continue to advocate for the female gender. So this conversation, we will continue it. Ways is a team of women discussing the things that really matter. So you will indulge us and you will come back and let's have this conversation again. We keep reiterating the message. But thank you so much for joining us today. The time always flies so quickly. Before you know it, we're done. So thank you very much to NJ. Thank you very much to Mary for joining me on set today. And once again, happy International Women's Day to all the amazing women out there. Before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa and official Upgrade TV. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. So if you missed today's quote, here it is again. No country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contribution of half its citizens. And that's by Michelle Obama. So we look forward to seeing you again on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Have a good weekend.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these four parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For an example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like Streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for iron is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes we even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. A third thing is water, hydration. Good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections includes a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And then they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body, all right? So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to hit it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, and as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them, have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner, okay? If there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that, all right? Okay, but then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum. And then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right, you do subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
I say entrepreneurship is like faith. Faith is substance of things hoped for, an evidence of things not seen.
I honestly think I have what it takes to be successful. Not only being successful, but I believe that I have what it takes to build a very strong company, a brand that survives even when I have left.
Because my kids lives in Canada, they ask, what do you do in Africa? So they think Africa is, Lion King, it's a jungle. So they were amazed to say, what do you do in Africa, Dad? So I say computer. I say, no, computer with the lions?
So entrepreneurship is that you create these things in your mind, you can't touch them. They're just ideas in your mind, and you hope and believe that they'll become things.
for me, I understand it's where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or an idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Startup is a businesses that are just being invented, or someone has just found an interest in a particular product and they want to introduce it into the market.
The quality of a good startup, one, is maybe you have an idea. You cannot just start up a business without an idea.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community. You bootstrap the process, and then you get to the point where you have a viable product or viable service that you're showing to people. Could be the first 3 to 4 years of your work, right, where people don't know you yet. But once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning, it's a startup, right? And then, of course, you go to the point where you've done this for several years. You're seemingly successful, and therefore people are asking for your service, or you're bringing in new products.
Yeah, I'm good.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now let me be serious. My name is Ronald Hakiza, and I am a co-founder at yugabus.com. I am 27 years of age, of course making 28 very soon, and I come from Kisoro. I'm single, I'm not yet married. I work at Yugabus, and Yugabus is an online bus ticketing company. So we offer travelers or anyone who is traveling by bus a web and mobile application to book any bus to travel anywhere across East Africa.
My name is Eunice Mainamburu, the CEO and founder of BSmart Insurance. BSmart is an online integrated insurance platform that enables customers to choose the right insurance for themselves. This is through comparing from multiple insurance companies.
My name is Chimenye Mabre, and I'm CEO of Algorithm, and we produce software, and which called Ishiga software. You know, we are in an information era where when you know, you are more rich than someone who doesn't know. We produce software, and which called Ishiga software. Ishiga, it was created 10 years ago, starting in Canada. I was working in a night shop where they was using a software. Then I was impressed how they do their reports easily, how my bosses, my managers can see everything without even being there. The problem pharmacists was facing before we came in is the administrative work, let's call it like that. In a pharmacy, they have to manage insurances prices. We have like 18 insurances. Everyone is dropping his prices. They have drugs. Drugs, they expire. They are not like other goods. And when it expired, you can't give to someone. Every pharmacy was isolated, every warehouses. So there was no way these people can see their data in one master data. So we created Ishiga Live, which was taking all this data. So all this headache, we try to resolve them inside our software, putting them in the cloud. So if you are anywhere, you can come and view your data. You can make one giant supermarket because you are inside, but to make a chain of pharmacies or supermarket, you need software to manage all the data, to know everything everywhere, every time, so you can control the finance, the stock, the inventory. So we are working with hotels and bars. So waiters use this tablet, and they can order in front of you. They can order your goods, what you want. Then it goes directly in the kitchen. Then they can start preparing it, or drinks. There is a mentality. So this is a challenge which we will be facing soon. It's the mentality of African business or governments, where they don't trust like African solutions, especially in software. Challenges faced was two. One was to find skilled people, and the second was to find big contract which can sustain our company. We trained 20 to 40 students from undergraduate. We give them the way how to code in industry. So from there we take 5 top. So this fixed the problem of skills. How I'm different is when I started the company, I used to do things myself. Now, everything is not connected to me. The business has to run without me. Nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep. To do it outside funding, it's a family like spirit. You do with what you have. So you try using, like even Steve Jobs or this big, like Mark Zuckerberg, all started in garage. So all you need is really to find this garage and try to do this small stuff.
For money to come in, we had to allocate ourselves responsibilities. I was in charge of marketing. My colleague was in charge of growth and managing developers. So when we allocated each other responsibilities, then we moved to finding the resources to make sure this company works. Because when we are just starting, there's no profit being made. You get it? And then that is when someone walks up to me, and who could be my aunt, and says, you know what, I will support with some startup. You get it? Some little money. And then from there, everything else starts falling into place when the business has taken shape. You get it? Yeah. By taking shape, I mean when you can wake up one morning and be sure that at least even if I am not there, someone traveling to Nairobi, to Kisoro, to Kigali, to Juba will be able to still get served.
I would have started more leaner.
Lean startup means is that you are looking at your processes, right? And you are trying to cut off some things that you think are not really needed at the moment. Do you get it? So for example, if you look at your financial model, what you think you could spend on that particular product, select a particular target market, look at actually what you actually need to be able to bring that product and then build upon as time goes on. You want to learn faster. You want to pivot faster than anybody. So it's, and that relates to failure. You have to fail sometimes. Do you get it? Because as you are trying to learn, you want to fail and see how it works, whether it works or it doesn't work. So when you fail with that, it tells you that, okay, this didn't work. You try the next one, you pivot. And then that is what lean startup means.
So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
You know, we started big, whereby even the amount we were paying the staff, our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small, you know, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues? And also, how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone?
Someone hit my vehicle, and the process was so long and tiresome because we kept calling the office, and it took like over 1 month to get the vehicle repaired, yet we were on comprehensive cover. So we felt that it would have been faster had we had someone who is assisting us with all the customer care process and all that stuff. Working with BSmart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with BSmart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. Like I really don't need to walk into an office and get the insurance there and all that stuff. And just a click away, so to speak. We're in the digital era. We are in the 21st century, and things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have the startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. And actually in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. Median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant because you see, you know that every month there'll be more money, and so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. And one of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. Having people come online just because we have talked about it and buy through our platform, and counting them to now over 700 of them, for me it's a big deal. It's quite a big success. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and existing social African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risk together. Our expenses were quite high, so I would lower the cost of running the business. Start small and with the customers, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That's very important. There is no worse decision. Yes, because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
From around the world. Let's go.
Hello, welcome to Straight Talk Africa, live from the Voice of America headquarters here in Washington. I am Shaka Sali. Straight Talk Africa, we call it like it is. We discuss issues that reflect the interests of our audience without fear or favor. We are guided by facts, and I look at myself as a servant of nothing but the truth.
I was supposed to travel to Kisau for burial, and I spent the day very busy. I couldn't go to the bus park to book a bus and then come back to do whatever I'm doing, and then go back to the bus park. So in the evening when I'm going to travel and I really want to book a bus, I find that they are full. So while I'm there, a gentleman walks up to me and says, hey, if you really want to travel, then I have a ticket for you. I want you to travel, but I'm not traveling, so if you can add 10,000 shillings, I can give you this ticket. I'm like, okay, I'll add the 10,000 and get the ticket. And then I get onto the bus. Now when time for inspection comes, like when you're in a bus, they always inspect to see if you have a ticket. The guy inspecting tells me I have a fake ticket, and therefore I need to get off the bus or I need to pay for the ticket, for another ticket. Now that was the time when I was just done with university and I was broke, and the money I was going to pay was the money I thought would bring me back. So I pay the extra ticket. Now, when I come back to Kampala, I come back determined to find this guy because I thought this guy is in the bus park and I knew I could find him. And if I could find him, I would get him to give me back my money. At that time, 40,000 was a lot of money. It is still a lot of money. Yeah. So while in the bus back, looking for that particular gentleman, because I could remember the face, one other guy tells me, Wekoya, you're just making, you're just wasting your time. This happens every single day. In there, I realized that there were many passengers who were failing to book buses on time, and they were falling in the hands of such guys. Therefore, they were losing money. So I said to myself, I think there has to be a better way people book bus tickets. The problem that Yuga Bus is addressing is the inconvenience that passengers have to go through in being able to book bus tickets. The whole inconvenience of you lining up at bus stations. The whole inconvenience of you having to go through the crazy traffic jam to be able to reach the bus station. The whole challenge of you having to move from bus to bus, trying to find out which bus has space and which one does not have space. The whole challenge of you having to ask yourself how much do they charge, which buses go to this particular destination. Each single day I see people asking, which bus goes to this town? And I'm like, okay, just check it out on your phone. So all that entire problem that people face in using buses is what Yugabus is addressing through our digital products. So Yugabus will display a screen where you're supposed to put in where you're coming from and where you are going. Now let's assume you're going to Kisoro. And then you have your ticket. So the time of set off, you just display this particular SMS at the bus and you travel. It's as simple as that. You don't have to line up at the bus station or do anything. Yugabus.
I use Ugabus. When I learned about Ugabus and the excellent benefits, I found out that Ugabus saves time. When I'm busy doing my work, I log into their app and book the ticket. By the time I arrive, I find that my seat is reserved and they give the exact time that I asked for. That is why I use Ugabus.
One of the most common things is that I am always wearing Yugabus from Monday to Monday, and I've done that for the last 2 years. Like if you met me on Kampala streets, you'll find me either wearing a Yugabus t-shirt or a Yugabus shirt, no matter the day, whether it's a Sunday, Saturday, or whatever it is. But also, most importantly, Yugabus has taught me to care for the community. That if I care for the problems of other people, then I derive value out of caring for the community and also trying to ask myself, how best do I address the exact challenge that the community is facing, that the community I stay in. And also, most importantly, Yugabus has helped me understand how to handle my finances. Like, I mean, if you can carefully mobilize resources for the company and then also be able to allocate resources in the way they are supposed to be allocated, but also, most importantly, make sure that those resources don't go to waste, you realize that those lessons later on come from the company to my own personal life, and I'm a better human being.
The advice to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur, who wants to start something, is first to find that thing. You have to find it, you have to like it, and you have to find negative people to try to break you down. You have to go in a shaking environment. We call it piscine, like it's a pool. You go in a pool, when you are alive on the other side means you are good. So that's the first thing. You have to see something you believe in and which you can be shaken.
For someone who wants to become an entrepreneur, I think the best advice for them is to start. They just can't wait to have everything. You can't wait to have the right team, you can't wait to have the money, you can't wait to have the right idea. You just start. Eventually the idea modifies itself, the customers modify themselves, and even the right team comes on board when the problem you are solving is actually in existence.
It's important to have some experience when it comes to running a business. And I always say, volunteer. If you can't find a job, volunteer to work with somebody who you admire and learn how to run a business.
The second thing is to be ready to work, because nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep, not when you need or someone is telling you. You sleep when it's the time to sleep. Other time you really work hard because you are not alone. Your competitors are not sleeping. They have more resources. So have the passion, have that thing you want you like, then go for it. Go for it. Don't wait funds. Don't wait positive people to tell you. Just you have to believe and go for it.
Like I remember when we were just starting out, I used to think that at the moment you have an idea, you're successful. until when I realized that, oh my God, an idea is just 2% of the entire venture. And then I thought to myself, okay, if we have the mobile app, then we are done. Until I realized that, oh, the app is just 10% of the work. Then I used to think that, you know what, if you build a very great product, customers will respond. No, instead you find the customer, address their problem, and then they come on board eventually.
When the idea comes, please test it. And how do you test an idea? Test with your customers. Don't just build apps for the sake of building an app. An app, an application or technology is supposed to solve problems. It's not supposed to be the business. So you need to identify the problems that you're solving and then build technology to solve that problem.
We don't have too many occasions to give our story. We are in machines every time. We think the machine is it's the magic thing, you know. And that's the stars. You guys, you think camera is the magic thing. We think the computer can do everything.
Good afternoon, I am Shade Uwe, and this is the news update. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union have declared a 7-day warning strike to demand the payment of 4 months of withheld salaries of their members after the 2022 nationwide strike. According to the SANU president, Mohammed Ibrahim, who read the communique of the meeting to journalists in Abuja today, he said it is a decision to embark on the warning strike was taken as a last resort since several protest letters and other communications with the federal government did not result in the payment of the salaries. You do recall that the President Bola Tinubu's administration had directed the payment of withheld salaries for university workers owing to the strike of 2022. The Sultan of Sokoto and President of the National Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Muhammad Saad Abubakar, has confirmed the sighting of the moon, marking the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan. The Sultan, in a post shared by the National Moon Sighting Committee in Nigeria on its X handle, called on Muslims across the country to commence fasting today. Earlier, the crescent, which signals the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, was sighted in Saudi Arabia on Sunday. The moon, which was spotted on Sunday evening, signals the end of Shaban, the 8th month of the Hijri calendar, and the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, which is equivalent to Monday, March 11th. The month of Ramadan is determined by the lunar Islamic calendar, in which months span either 29 or 30 days and commence as well as conclude based on the sighting of the moon. Governor of Adamawa State, Umaru Fintiri, has urged the Muslim Ummah to put the fear of Allah in all their dealings and pray that Allah will use the commencement of the Ramadan period to put a stop to violence and other social vices being witnessed in some parts of the country. The governor made this known in the press release issued by his chief press secretary, Umwashi Wonosiko, to mark the commencement of the 2024 Ramadan fast. Fintiri stressed that the period of abstinence calls for behavioral change and religious tolerance among all ethnic groups and the need for obedience to laws aimed at achieving orderliness in the country. As the holy month of Ramadan begins, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, has restated the commitment of the force to the provision of adequate security for all across the country. The Force Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, in a statement said, Egbetokun gave reassurance while extending greetings to all Muslims at the start of the Ramadan. The IGP urged all Muslim Ummah to embrace the spirit of compassion, support one another, foster a sense of harmony, and build stronger bonds of friendship and cooperation in the holy months and beyond. More Nigerians are queuing behind the call for a change of government from the very bogus and expensive presidential system of government to a less expensive and progressive parliamentary system. This was the view of stakeholders at a seminar organized by the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought in Abuja. The clamor for the call for a change of government in Nigeria from the presidential to the parliamentary system seems to be gathering support from Nigerians from different walks of life, since the call was made by 60 House of Representatives lawmakers at plenary. The Abuja School of Social and Political Thought has also joined the conversation by organizing a seminar where Nigerians can lend their thoughts on the national discussion. The Executive Director, Dr. Sam Amadi, explains the importance of the seminar against the backdrop of the call and the need for Nigerians to be properly informed through a national discussion that will not include Nigerians across the divide from the north, south, east, and the west.
These 61 legislators who are thinking around restructuring have some important message. But we figured out it's not just about initiating a bill. It's about first having a national conversation. So we said first, let's get this back to the people in a rigorous, open discourse. As a school, we believe that you can't just migrate to a different system of government without doing some analysis, some review. Ask yourself, what's the evidence that Parliament works with the presidential system of government? So first, we want to get into the research and look at the structure of Nigeria, the crisis of Nigeria development, how it relates to structure. And then the question around, are there better structure that can guarantee better results? Okay. And they are. And so what we are doing, this is the part of the series. First, we do a research. Second, we do a public, seminar like this. So our focus is to say, don't make it merely a legislative initiative. Make it a...
So Minority Leader of the House, Honorable Kingsley Chinda, and one of the arrowheads for clamor in his remarks says the change was long overdue, stating that the presidential system, as currently practiced in the country, has failed woefully.
We are proposing a homegrown parliamentary system that will put into consideration the Nigerian problem, issues of plurality that we have in our system, issues of corruption, issues of abuse of office, which is not readily done in other climes. And so when you begin to compare Nigerian public office holders with their counterparts in the United States, you are going to make mistakes. The conditions are not the same. Today, people look at their future. People are afraid of the unknown. And because of that, you see excessive selfishness in public office. So there must be a punishment and reward system. We must have a responsive and responsible system of government, a hands-on system that will take us from the woods where we are. And we can only achieve this if we change.
Other participants also expressed their preference for the parliamentary system of government against the presidential as currently practiced in the country.
Anything that will bring the government closer to the people, that will reduce the discretion for stealing and corruption, will definitely be good for the nation. My understanding is that the parliamentary system is built in such a way that it will not be so easy to steal such humongous sums of money, misuse our natural resources legally, because that's the problem. Our nation, government people are stealing legally, so they don't even feel that they are stealing.
No local economy, in Nigeria. That's because the subnationals are weak. The local governments are weak. Even the money that is meant to go to local governments are also, don't eventually get to them. So I am submitting that if you have done something continuously for a long time and it keeps producing the same result, there's no harm in also trying to, check the alternatives, especially when there is evidence suggests that those alternatives have produced superior economic reforms.
Every new government or administration is considered to be worse than the one just before it. And it has been consistent. It has not changed. It means that there is something we keep doing fundamentally wrong and which keeps getting aggravated in its wrongness, and it would continue thus unless we change it. Parliamentary system of government will not be a quick fix, but it will be a whole lot better than what we have today.
You're watching Plus TV News Update, and the news continues after the short break.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Welcome back, and this is still the news update, and we'll bring you news from other parts of Africa. Amid escalating tensions in Sudan, General Yasser Al-Attah, representing the country's military, has delivered a resolute stance that there will be no ceasefire during the forthcoming Islamic holy month of Ramadan unless certain conditions are met. This declaration underscores the entrenched conflict between Sudan's armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces, revealing the complexity of the nation's political landscape. The conflict between the army and the RSF erupted in mid-April 2023, sparked by disagreements over the trajectory of Sudan's transition to civilian rule. Since then, the fighting has exerted a heavy toll on the country, leaving swaths of land ravaged, communities displaced, and infrastructure decimated. On to news from outside Africa. The Muslim holy month of Ramadan begins today in Gaza with no truce in sight as fighting rages between Israeli forces and Hamas militants as a dire humanitarian crisis grips the besieged Palestinian territory. Aid groups say only a fraction of the supplies required to meet basic humanitarian needs have been allowed into Gaza since October, when Israel placed it under near-total siege. The non-governmental group Open Arms said its boat would tow a barge with 200 tons of food, which its partner, the U.S. charity World Central Kitchen, will then unload on Gaza's shores. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has strengthened its preemptive surveillance of banks to unearth infractions and ensure compliance with extant rules and guidelines. The banks have been under intense criticism in recent periods for alleged complicity in economic crimes, as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission alleged that 70% of financial crimes in the country could be traced to the banking sector. Financial industry sources yesterday said the Apex Bank has rejigged its surveillance mechanism to appropriately focus on banks' financial statements and audit reports. The crude oil earnings by the federal government increased by about 449.93 billion naira in the months of December 2023 and January 2024. This is according to an analysis of data in the latest reports on Nigeria's oil production. Although the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has yet to release oil production figures for February 2024, its latest data so far indicates that Nigeria's oil output maintained a northward movement in the months of December 2023 and January 2024. The country's oil production, excluding condensates, increased by 3.88 million barrels in December 2023 when compared to what it pumped in the preceding month of November. The federal government, through the NUPRC, recently announced a new crude oil production target for Nigeria of 2.5 million barrels per day in a bid to grow the foreign exchange fortunes of the country. And in entertainment, Emma Stone now has a second Academy Award for Best Actress on a shelf, putting her on par with legends like Meryl Streep, Jodie Foster, and Elizabeth Taylor. The 35-year-old Arizona native took home the Oscar on Sunday, besting Lily Gladstone, Annette Bening, Sandra Hiller, and Carey Mulligan. Stone's first Oscar came in 2017 for her turn as struggling actress Maya in the dreamy musical romance La La Land, an ode to Hollywood's golden age. And in sports, unbeaten Bayer Leverkusen eased past 10-man Wolfsburg 2-0 on Sunday to restore their 10-point lead at the top of the table and stay firmly on course for a first Bundesliga title. Leverkusen are now unbeaten this season across all competitions, stretching their run to 36 games without defeat. Xabi Alonso's team are on 67 points, with champions Bayern Munich on 57, following their 8-1 demolition of Mainz 05 on Saturday. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
people are often in psychological conflict between individuality and societal expectations. Thus, due to not knowing any better, or sometimes out of the audacity of thinking that they do, many tout these norms and expectations as the one single version of the truth. Oftentimes, we are judged by them, driving many to sacrifice the happiness they can attain as unique individuals for the rule of society that do not really matter in the grand scheme of things, and that many do not even sincerely follow themselves. Well, here's what I say. Flout their tout. A wise person once said, "Don't base your decisions on the advice of those who don't have to deal with your issues." The fact that you have remained single for a long time, especially if you're a woman, is often viewed as some kind of stigma in many parts of the world, even in the so-called liberal parts of society. But I'm here to tell you that regardless of what your relationship status is, and in fact, and now I'm ad-libbing, irrespective of what your status, your age, your phase of life is, you are in an enviable position because you have the opportunity to write a new script for yourself, to create a beautiful, wonderful, and fulfilling life. So no, do not keep your head down. That is the last thing that you should do. Do not compare your life to others. You have no idea what their journey is all about, Woody Hayes said. My name is Adefunke Adeyemi, or Funke for short. I'm an advocate and I'm the regional director for the International Air Transport Association in Africa, looking after external affairs and sustainability. So I have to confess that this was not the first book that I thought I had in me. Many people who know me know that I can be quite academic, and the work that I've been doing over the years as a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, and also the work I've been doing over the years has lent itself to policy issues, economics, aviation, trends, and things like that. So I thought that I was going to write something academic. I'm also a Pan-African, so I'm really, really passionate about Africa and how we can seamlessly connect the continent and integrate it better. So I also have that in me. And yes, I will get there one day, but I didn't think that this was the first message that I was going to write in the form of a book. So it was a particular incident that sparked this off. And it was an issue that someone who was very close to me did that I thought was really disillusioning and somewhat disturbing at the time. Not going into details, but basically it was just a question of me not understanding that we were not on the same page, right? And so it became something that I needed to deal with and cope with. And typically, when I have something and I'm dealing with that's ruminating in my mind, I write. I've always loved words. I mean, I've been reading voraciously since the age of 5. I read everything in my father's library, including encyclopedias and things like that. So I've always loved words. I love the power of words. I love the way that they evoke emotion, the way that they can make you escape, the way they can transport you to different places. And so, the natural home for me to cope with the emotions I was dealing with from that incident was to write something down. It also coincided with the time that I was traveling on a business trip. And so once I got on the plane, I just started dumping my thoughts, just started putting stuff down on my laptop. So it started out as a dump, right? Just to cope with a particular incident. But then as I was on that business trip, I started to think about it more and more as a message that the world needed to hear. And so on that trip, within 36 hours, I had banged out the first 3 chapters of the book. Now that was in 2016. So this has been a 5-year journey. I launched it, I finished it in 2021 and launched, the first few days in 2022. So it took 5 years. So I have to tell you, it's been overwhelming and very, very surprising. And I know the question you're asking, I'm going to answer that. But it's been overwhelming. A lot of people who have read the book. I mean, even the most unlikely people. I was just telling someone in the store before we started that a 79-year-old woman, my friend's mother, read the book and said, wow, I'm so excited by this book. And it's inspired me to pick up my life again at 79. So I was really blown away by that. So many different reviews. Someone said, oh, I've given it to my mentees and they're raving all about it. So many people say that they can relate to the message of the book. And now, so to your question, the simple message of the book is this, that no matter what age or phase or stage or relationship status you're in life, it's incumbent on you to, first of all, be unapologetically yourself. Secondly, to live the best life that we're called to do, because we're not called here for anything else, but first and foremost to be our best selves, and then to add on to that, be doing other things. And the other thing is that we're supposed to be using the totality of ourselves, and this is my own personal firm opinion, that we're to use the totality of ourselves, our gifts, our physical abilities, our talents, our passion, our interests, our experience, our exposure, everything that we have the opportunity to experience to impact the world positively around us. And the catch is, why not do this when you're either, one, single from the lens of never being married, or that you have been down that road and you're not anymore, or from the lens of someone who is called singular, which is the title of the book. And what do I mean by singular? It's such a wide and broad category. Did you know that empty nesters are singulars? Their children have gone off to boarding school, or they've gone off to school or university, or they're starting out in life. And now you're home alone or home with your partner. And perhaps, you focus so much of your time and attention on them, which is a laudable thing and it's wonderful. But now what? What do you do? So you have time on your hands. And so perhaps you've put off some of your dreams, your own personal objectives and goals for your own life in order to do that. So it's now time for you to get back to it. Did you also know that it is for people who have been bereaved? You've lost your spouse, that relationship has ended. So what next? What do you do? My mom is in this category and I talked to her about it and she gets it. She understands what this message is about. And there's so many in there. But it's not just about women, it's men too. Now to the literary world, I'm so impressed, honestly. Like there's a boom of writers all around. I mean, before now, we know that some of the greats have come from Nigeria and Africa. We have, Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Buchi Emecheta, Ben Okri. There's so many of them that have been absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite books is So Long a Letter by Mariam Abba, a Senegalese writer, a forerunner of her time, a pace setter, a female writer talking about constraints of a Muslim religious society and how she survived that. So there's so many wonderful examples and legacy examples to choose from. But more recently, there's been so much going on in the literary space. And I think we have some of our very prominent writers to thank for that. Like Chimamanda Adichie. She's done a great job putting writing by women and writing by Africans on the global stage. And I think that's really opened the door for a lot of people to think, well, I can do this too. If I feel like this is a passion for me or this is something that I'm interested in, then I can do it. So there's a lot of inspiration out there, but there can be a lot more. So I know that so many people have stories within them that they want to tell. A lot of people don't know how to go about it. And I guess the message there is, just start, start with your thoughts. Don't worry about the words, don't worry about format. Just start with putting your thoughts down, and then you can start to create, the structure around it. But if you have a story to tell inside you, go for it.
Star phone switch on, light on. Pressing command for internal. Expectedly back, TW. Still same pressure. ETS 55. Your nav state with back in is perfect.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you. So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetomobi.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us today. On this episode, we have the first edition of the Motherland Comedy Festival in Maryland, Ugandan vocalist Irene Ntale, and an original animated series from Africa has made its debut on Netflix. Let's get on with the show. And let's start with some highlights of the latest entertainment news from around the world. In film news, movie stars and celebrities, including actor Mila Jovovich and artists Rita Ora and Leona Lewis, turned up at the rosy carpet of the AMFA Gala to attend a fundraiser for AIDS research at the medieval building of Scuola Grande della Misericordia in Venice. The goal of the luxury evening was to raise money on behalf of AMFA, the Foundation for AIDS Research, which supports HIV prevention, treatment, education, and advocacy. And elsewhere, British actor and musician Idris Elba and his wife Sabrina Dore Elba visited Rwanda for the second time and participated in a traditional gorilla naming ceremony known as Kwita Izina. The couple named a baby gorilla Narame, which means long life in Kinyarwanda, the official language of Rwanda. They also met with President Paul Kagame and discussed the role of creative arts in Africa's development. And in other news, thousands of Burning Man attendees partied hard on Sunday despite downpours that turned the Nevada desert, where the annual Arts and Music Festival takes place, into a sea of sticky mud and led officials to order the multitudes to shelter in place.
When the rain came down, we all just kind of went back to our tents and hung out with each other and waited until it stopped. It was incredibly muddy. We had to, a lot of us, put bags over our shoes or tape them over our feet.
everyone seems to be in fairly good spirits. I'm sure that there's other stories besides mine that are not so great, but I think in general, the sense is that people help each other out. People, help each other with housing, with food, with supplies. So I think there's a general sense that, this is going to end very soon, and the gates will open and we'll all be on our way home.
One person had died at the event in the Black Rock Desert, authorities said. And let's get to some film news. An original animated series from Africa has made its debut on the Netflix streaming platform. The series, dubbed Super Team 4, was written by a young Zambian and takes place in a futuristic version of Zambia's capital, Lusaka. Kathy Short reports from Lusaka. Here is more.
4 teenage girls who happen to be superheroes on a mission to save the world. That is the plot of the African animated series Super Team 4, now streaming on Netflix. Zambian writer and creator Malenga Mlendema told VOA that she loved watching cartoons as a child but never saw herself represented in any way. She says that with Super Team 4, she gets to see Africa, African characters and Zambia's capital Lusaka on the screen.
So using, these fun, relatable characters, we tell stories that are full of action, lots of humor, some silliness, but lots of heart.
Mlendema enjoyed the collaboration that went into making an animated series.
Very cute, Temwe. I can't wait to buy them. I'm going to get them.
It was fun to know that we could move forward and incredible artists from around the world could come on board and then just put everything together that we now see streaming on Netflix now.
Zambian voice actor Zowangwira portrays K Bongo, a teenage superhero who is passionate about science and education.
For me, my experience was, I think it was a mixture. It was a mixture of exciting. I was a bit nervous, but most of all, I learned a lot from the experience.
Many film animators in Zambia are self-taught but lack technical support, says Akende Muyumbana. Despite the challenges, Akende Muyumbana, creative director at Utopia Studios in Lusaka, has persevered.
I think Super Team 4 had one of the best releases for animation in Africa because genuinely there is a disparage between Africa and animation, with art, in fact, as a general whole. But they really did open a door for animation.
South Africa's Triggerfish Studios, which produced Super Team 4, is set to release other animation shows this year on the Netflix, Disney and Showmax Entertainment platforms. Triggerfish creative director Anthony Silverstone told VOA that 2023 has been a great year for African animation.
The medium of animation actually could employ so many different people across the range, from concept artists, writers, to lighting artists, to production people, to finance people. But then the other part, which is the kind of side that excites me, is just the fact that people actually get to see more African stories and more African people and more cultures from the diverse continent that we actually are.
Industry experts like Silverstone say that production of animated films and television is on the rise in Africa and that talent is also in abundance. All that remains is for opportunities to open up for the continent's animators. Kathy Short for VOA News, Lusaka.
And now to some music news. Ugandan vocalist Irene Ntale is an award-winning singer, songwriter, and guitarist known for her unique musical styles, enthusing vocals, and evocative lyrics. She tells me that she's currently in studio working on her new album with the release date somewhere in 2024. Let's take a look. Irene Ntale is no doubt one of the top artists in Uganda's vibrant music industry. She says that Uganda's musical landscape is ever-changing, with new artists reflecting a diversity of musical genres, including traditional folk music, reggae, dancehall, hip-hop, Afrobeat, and many others.
People should know that right now,
there's so much talent that's coming out of Kampala and Uganda as a whole. You know, back in the day, we used to just have a few, you know, household names.
Yeah.
But now the talent is crazy. There are so many amazing young people that are coming up who play instruments, who know how to rap. And the thing with our industry, there is no limits. Like we're not limited to one particular sound. So anything is possible.
It's a very diverse sound.
Yes.
How would you characterize your music?
I think it's versatile, good music.
Versatile, good music.
Yes. Yeah, because I'll give you R&B, then I'll give you Afrobeat, then I'll give you some reggae, like whatever the vibe is and it's right.
Yeah.
In studio, that's what I'll give you. I'm currently in studio. You know, I've recorded a lot of singles, which I'm still trying to figure out with my team. Should we release an album? Should we just release like a 6-piece EP? Should we continue to just release like singles and videos? So we are still trying to figure that out, me and my team.
Even though Uganda's music industry has experienced significant growth and transformation over the years, she has managed to stay on top by sticking to her musical path.
For me, mainly, I believe being, first of all, accepting who I am and the kind of talent that I have, you know, just accepting that they can only just be one Irene Tale, and that is the flavor that I can bring, my own flavor.
What's the song that finally established Irene Tale as a household name in the Uganda music industry?
That song has to be Jobera, Jembera. I believe that song changed my life.
Yeah. Can you sing us a couple of lines of that? The chorus?
Okay. Sabe katondera chikoze nakuleta lelo nkufunye owa boda boda mutagende tutambule owompeke jobera jembera nakanamba konkalina jobera jembera manyina kaziko.
From an ABBA legend teaming up with artificial intelligence to a tech startup that wants to get into the boxing ring, these are the week's big stories from the AI revolution. Here is more.
From software that really sings to why chatbots are throwing some punches, this is Generation AI. YouTube is launching an incubator to help explore the use of AI in music. The Alphabet unit says the group will help gather insights on generative AI experiments at YouTube. The firm has signed up mega label Universal Music as a partner and is set to work with artists including ABBA member Bjorn Ulvaeus. Facebook parent Meta has released an AI model that can translate between dozens of languages. Boss Mark Zuckerberg hopes that will help drive his vision of a global metaverse where people everywhere can interact without linguistic divides. Baidu is waiting for a green light from Beijing. The Chinese tech giant beat earnings forecasts over the latest quarter and says it's integrating its Ernie chatbot into numerous products. But it needs regulators to okay a wider rollout to the public, and that hasn't come yet. AI could be entering the boxing ring. Startup Jabber has developed a system that can observe fights and measure 50 different parameters in real time. Boss Alan Sweistrup.
And what it's going to give you is an automated count of strikes thrown, what's landed, the impact quality of the shots. But it's also going to do a lot of other cool things like generate automated highlights for you.
The system has already been put through its paces at a London boxing club. And AI-generated art cannot be copyrighted. That's according to a US court, at least. The ruling says only humans can get the legal protection, to the disappointment of artistic chatbots everywhere.
In Bowie, Maryland, a diverse comedy festival celebrated the talent and culture of African comedians. The Motherland Comedy Festival, organized by CY, a Nigerian comedian, featured some comedians from Africa and the diaspora who shared their jokes, stories, and music with the audience. BOA's Kali Abdu has this story.
The Motherland Comedy Festival took place at the Bowie Center for the Performing Arts on Sunday.
We are Africans. We love you. Well, we love you too. Who are you?
The evening featured African and diaspora comedians who amused the audience with jokes and storytelling.
You'll be happy. That's true. But by any chance you marry a wrong person, you will become a philosopher for life.
CY, a comedian and entrepreneur, established the festival to highlight the diversity and creativity of African comedy.
The first edition of the Motherland Comedy Festival, and people turn up in their numbers to experience, comedy from the motherland.
On a night that also featured local merchants selling a range of things, the comedy festival brought together members of the African diaspora to exchange laughs and conviviality. The Motherland Comedy Festival was sponsored by FinServ Pro, a firm that provides financial services for individuals and businesses. Ayomide Ibrahim, FinServ Pro's CEO, said he was proud to support the event and promote African culture.
As a business owner, I understand that I need to jump on projects like this, because it's the best driver, to project what FinServ Pro is about.
The festival featured comedians from different countries and backgrounds, such as Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and more.
This is a festival that features all the best comics from different parts of Africa, and it's been going on so far. I'm fortunate enough to be one of the comedians who was featured tonight, and it was an amazing experience.
I think African comedy, like everything else African associated, just needs the exposure. Like you said, you're naming guys, the top guys, Trevor Noah, Michael Blackson. These are guys who've been doing it for years, right? They're consistent. They're on the big name platforms. They're on the big news platforms. So for us, it's just about how can we get the same exposure for other upcoming comedians, right? How can they help us? How can we help ourselves? How do we push ourselves forward? So I think we're coming up. We just have to maintain the consistency. And like I said, just bring the jokes. And, I think we'll make it.
The Motherland Comedy Festival was a testament to the power of comedy to bridge gaps and celebrate diversity.
The worst part about a joke is stop flushing at a certain point.
And with that, we come to the end of our show today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Instagram, on Facebook, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us today. AFCON has officially kicked off in Ivory Coast, and over the coming weeks, we will bring you stories on Africa's biggest soccer tournament. And we go to Niger, where musicians are struggling to keep its traditional music alive. And Congolese artist Raphael Bandiwa is using his art to raise awareness about the issue of child labor in the DRC. Let's get on with the show. Nominated for a Golden Globe and Spain's entry for an Academy Award, the film Society of the Snow revives the story of the 1972 flight disaster in the Andes Mountains. Veronica Verafane spoke with its director, Juan Antonio Bayona, and one of the survivors of the fatal plane crash that captivated the world. Here's more.
A new film recounts the story of an Uruguayan rugby team whose plane crashed in the remote Andes Mountains in 1972, and the harrowing ordeal of those who survived. The Society of the Snow from the book of the same name is based on first-hand accounts of passengers who made it out alive. Director Juan Antonio Bayona recalls reading the book about the disaster.
And I was so impacted about the book that I really wanted to do it. I mean, it took me 10 years, but I had to shoot this scene because I couldn't take it out of my mind.
Bayona produced the film in Spanish and hired an Uruguayan and Argentinian cast. He says he obtained permission to make the film from all of the remaining survivors. Roberto Canessa is one of the survivors. At the time, he was a medical student and helped others mend and keep their spirits up, even when he felt despair over the sorrow his mother was feeling, thinking he was dead.
So I wanted desperately to tell my mommy, don't cry anymore, and I'm alive. And I used to tell them telepathy messages, look for me, I'm alive.
Canessa, along with rugby teammate Nando Parrado, undertook a grueling 10-day trek through the Andes Mountains in search of help. Their perseverance and heroic effort led to their rescue and those of their companions. Today, Canessa is philosophical about the lessons of their fight to live.
We were regular people faced with terrible circumstances, and with the help of God, we got incredible results.
29 people perished. As one of only 16 survivors, Canessa was able to rebuild his life. He became a pediatric cardiologist and had a family. For him and Bayona, the Society of the Snow is a tribute to those who never made it home.
I'm very proud of the film. I think that all the head of departments did an extraordinary job. They take you to the place, they take you into that plane and make you feel the same emotions they went through. And by doing so, you understand what they did. And it's a huge labor of love.
The film has been nominated for a Golden Globe and is Spain's international feature film entry for the Oscars. Veronica Villafañe for VOA News, Los Angeles.
Football is a beloved sport and hobby for many people worldwide, especially in Africa. With the launch of AFCON in Ivory Coast, VOA met with the soccer fans whose love for football has become more than just a game. It's a passion and a source of inspiration for them and their families. Chumbe Shabani Maneno, a veteran footballer from the DRC, says that football has transformed his life. Here is more from our reporter, Chobe Malinga in Kinshasa.
My name is Bayob Malenga. I was born in Kalunga on September 3rd, 1968. I'm a professional footballer. At the age of 3, I really liked football. Today, I'm passionate about football. Football is my life. It's a drug for me. I cannot stay at home without following the soccer events on the field. At any time, I am on the field to follow the match. Football for me is family, health, life, knowledge, collaboration, cohabitation, pacification, respect, love. I have already traveled to more than 46 countries around the world through football. I played in 5 African countries, in the DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and Kenya. I participated in many African Cups with different African teams. I like Cedric Bakambu because if he gets to the opponent's level, he will absolutely score. For Manchester, I really like Beckham. I followed Maradona during the '89 World Cup, so I can't forget that.
Congolese visual artist Raphael Bahindwa moved from Kinshasa to Atlanta to further his education in art at the world-famous Savannah College of Art and Design. A year later, Bahindwa's hard work has won him recognition as Atlanta's Artist of the Year. On our recent visit to Atlanta, Bahindwa showed us around his latest exhibit titled Little Kings. Bahindwa says that he wants to use his art to advocate and bring awareness to the issue of child labor and the plight of thousands of young Congolese children working in the DRC's informal and formal mining industry.
Little Kings is a series that I started in 2020 during the pandemic because I really wanted to talk about this. Because during the pandemic, I really had to sit down and search more about the coltan and all those minerals that we have back home. And during my research, I realized that the people who are doing all this child labor, like it's just not, it wasn't like really beautiful for me to actually like experience as a Congolese, that I felt like I had to talk about that story. And that's literally the one that started the whole thing. And this painting is just, we were talking about earlier about like suffering, them asking for help. This one, it was like this little movement, this little action that just showing that we are going through it. You know, just him holding his head and his entire body being in a frame, it can definitely tell you like a little bit of sadness, which is like a big sadness actually that's going on right now.
I see the sadness in the face of this young man,
Oh, yeah.
but also see buildings.
Yeah.
Are these high rises?
They are high rises. Yeah,
What's
that's
the
good.
connection here?
The connection here is just like, you know, those kids are the one building the cities that we see all over the world, because we have a very important mineral back home. If you guys know about it, the coltan is just something that's building city all over the places that I feel like I had to add it there, because you're seeing the sadness, but you're seeing buildings.
This one turned away his face
Exactly.
from the building. Is there a symbolism to that?
The symbolism is just like, they don't know what to do, honestly, because they need help from us.
Yeah.
And they kind of like turn away from us. It's just like another way to show sadness, right? It's like, I ask for help. You guys, I feel like you guys don't understand what's going on here. I turn my back. That's what I wanted to show, because like right here, you sing sadness. This whole series is about really sadness and how I can express it. Bazabana is, they are kids. So this series is just to let people know, hey, they are kids, they are the future of our country. Look at what's going on, and they are asking for help.
Well, what are you trying to capture with this one?
I'm trying to express freedom. Like, if I really gotta think about those kids having freedom, I see them like fly around. This is the way I express freedom. It's like flying around those cities that, in my opinion, they help build somehow, and they're flying over to just express the freedom that they are free. You know, this is just like a dreamy, you know, it didn't happen yet, but if it happened, this is, I feel like, what those kids are dreaming about, that we can be so free that we can just fly. Yeah. And I wanted to kind of like show it in this piece right here.
In a world increasingly dominated by rap and electronic music, the evocative rhythm of Niger's traditional drummers struggles to find an audience. The instruments and ancestral rhythms are in danger of disappearing with them. The preservation of these ancient traditions rests on the shoulders of musicians and society's recognition and importance of these ancestral values.
A succession of high and low sounds from the Nigerian musician's drum is a kind of telegram, but few today understand its message. Each beat is a syllable in the Hausa language. Umaru Adamu, or Maiduma, is one of Niger's most celebrated traditional musicians. He's a master of the duma, a typical percussion instrument which he plays with sticks and by rotating his bare foot on its goat skin membrane. He's also the guardian of a prized array of percussion, string, and wind instruments housed at the state-owned Central of Musical Training and Promotion in the capital, Niamey.
The instruments used to be stored here in very poor conditions until Spanish partners financed the construction of a new museum near here. And since then, I've inherited this old museum, where I make traditional musical instruments, recycle some of them, and teach young people to play them. The ultimate aim being to prevent this cultural heritage from disappearing altogether.
Unlike neighboring Mali or Nigeria, Niger's traditional music has not opened up to other music and modernized. Artist and teacher Mahaman Sani Mati said. Since 2018, he has organized workshops for underprivileged youngsters to learn to play and make traditional instruments. Aishata Adamu is among 10 students in a classroom at the CFPM.
This training course is a great opportunity for us. At the end of our apprenticeship, we can master how to make gurmi and even sell them on the market. You see, it's a win-win situation for us.
Rapper Umaru Abdurrahman, who is among the students, seemed won over.
We imitate people who are abroad or in Paris, for example, but we have our own instruments. Why can't we work with them? But now it's time. It's time to look, to see what we can do to advance our own culture.
An estimated 130,000 people descended on Las Vegas for CES 2024, the consumer technology show that attracts big and small companies alike. VOA's Tina Trin met with some of the more than 4,000 exhibitors for a look at emerging trends in artificial intelligence, digital health, and more.
At the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, tech companies are showing off new ways technology is becoming even more integrated into everyday life. And despite the many flashy displays, the more practical applications are less obtrusive, meant to blend into the background and be easier to integrate into daily routines. Over at EssilorLuxottica, the eyewear company has introduced a new pair of frames called Nuance Audio that have built-in hearing aids. But you wouldn't know it from looking at them, and that's the point, say company executives.
The majority of the people with mild to moderate hearing loss today, either they don't acknowledge they have the typical people that when you speak, they're gonna ask, what did you say? And they're turning the head with the ear towards you. And that is exactly the population we're addressing.
The frames amplify the voice of whomever the wearer looks at, helping in crowded, noisy situations.
Where you struggle to understand your counterpart 1 meter, 2 meters far away. This is going to help you to focus and to reduce your listening effort, your listening fatigue.
And in categories where discretion is a given, devices like the O Vibrator by Odoki are getting smarter too.
So rather than having the standard vibrating motor, it brings a sonic technology to the table. This enables you to then control both the frequency and the amplitude.
The vibrator can be synchronized with music, VR content, and games, proving that even as our devices are becoming more inconspicuous and discreet, they're also staying connected. Tina Trin, VOA News, Las Vegas.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Funganyi. For more entertainment news, check us out at voaafrica.com. We're also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone.
Economic hardship. NLC protest hunger, poverty, insecurity amidst government plea for understanding. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The organized labor under the leadership of Comrade Joe Ajaero on Tuesday made bold its threat to stage a protest over the continued hunger, poverty, and insecurity that have caused serious hardship on the citizenry despite the government's plea to show understanding. The Nigeria Labour Congress, together with other affiliated bodies, started the march in the early hours of Tuesday from the headquarters.
This will not forgive us. This is the level of hunger in this country. We refuse to protest to tell the government of the world that there is hunger. It is important that all of us take something home. That this is not just a symbolic rally, but it is a rally to signal to the people in authority that there is problem in the land. People are dying of hunger. People are dying of banditry. All the issues we had before, we settled out with the Senate President. And that nothing has happened to this moment. We are here once again to tell you that hunger is the hunger in the land. A bag of rice is selling to over 70,000. Minimum wage is 30,000.
The Labour leader, on behalf of Nigerians, also made some demands, which included the full implementation of the welfare provisions as contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution as amended, by making the provisions justiciable. In his response, the representative of the leadership of the National Assembly and Chairman Senate Committee on Labour, while assuring that the leadership of the National Assembly is aware of the hardship being faced by Nigerians, assuring them that the National Assembly will interface with the executive to address the situation.
The government has intervened on the same date. The government has intervened on transportation. If there was a measure on transportation, even before the road subsidy, where you have 3 vehicles or 2 vehicles, from one point to the other, the cost of food stuff will not be too high. When people make their food stuff from the bush to the town, they have transportation money. And with the increase in transportation, everything went high. I think governments will realize that there is a need with this. That the very moment to cut the price of petroleum products, everything in Nigeria will change. And on behalf of the leadership of the National Assembly, we collect your matter. We understand his need, our chairman. We feel what we feel. We want to assure you that this matter will be discussed immediately at the plenary session. The leadership of the National Assembly is what we feel.
Joining us to discuss this is the Chief Operating Officer, People's Daily Newspaper, Ahmed Bello, and Secretary, and also joining us is the former advisor to Vice President Atiku Abubakar, Frank Shuaib. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics. Let me start with you, Ahmed. At least I want to believe that your position is not going to be that partisan. What is your take of Labour's march yesterday, and how successful would you say it was, and what would you want to believe would be the impression it must have left with the government?
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be part of this program. And going by what the NLC said, they have achieved their aim in the protest which they staged on the first day, and then they felt it was not necessary for them to proceed to the second day because what they wanted to achieve in the 2-day warning protest had been achieved in 1 day. So what one understands from that is that they have been able to communicate to the authorities the pains Nigerians are going through, the harsh economic condition under which Nigerians are living in, and the demands that the Labour has made on how to mitigate these conditions. Well, the ball is now in the court of the government to see whether they are going to toe the line of Labour to implement some of the suggestions that Labour has made. And I believe that both the government and the Labour are both Nigerians, and then they want to see a situation where the country thrives. So I believe that hopefully the government will listen to the case made by Labour, and then implement some of the suggestions they have made, and the ones they know they cannot implement, maybe they have to sit on the same table, with the Labour, so that there will be a common ground. But so far, from what we have seen in the reports of newspapers and television and radio, Labour has driven home its demands, and then the government has listened to them. So we now look forward to what action the government is going to take on the demands made by Labour. But so far, so good.
Dr. Shuaib, I know it is natural for you to have a partisan slant to it, but it's almost inevitable to also want to know how you people are thinking in your camp. What's your take of not only Labour's protestation, but the general circumstance that the country is in now, socioeconomically? Dr. Shuaib. Hello? Please unmute your device. You need to unmute your device.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Beautiful. I think it is misplaced and somewhat unprofessional, because if you feel that I'm going to be in the studio on a national TV like yours, on a big platform like yours, to offer a partisan view, then I don't think I have a reason to be in the studio. Because hunger does not understand any language. Hunger does not understand politics. Hunger does not understand partisanship. Hunger is hunger anywhere. A man who is hungry in the PDP is the same as a man who is hungry in the APC. There is no market in Nigeria that is meant for APC members and another one for the PDP members. So it becomes preposterous for anyone to believe and to state on a platform like this to say, oh, you know that my position may have a partisan slant. It has nothing to do with partisanship. I am first in Nigeria. Number two, I am not a former spokesman to the former vice president of Nigeria. I am an advisor on public communication to the former vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I've held that position since 2018. So two things I'm sure I have taken care of. But I'm saying this because of the future. You know, if I'm going to be invited to discuss in national malaise, a national problem like hunger and poverty in the land that has attracted Labour, the Nigerian Labour Congress, to mobilize Nigerians to go to the street, then we should discuss as Nigerians. I'm only a privilege. It's only a matter of service for me to be working for the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That said, hunger is hunger. Number one, I want to state clearly and unambiguously that in the first place, if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians, hunger will kill Nigerians. Hunger will kill Nigerians if President Tinubu does not kill Nigerians. So, and this must be driven home. The book of Proverbs 29 verse 2 is clear and unambiguous. It says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, of course, the people will groan, the people will cry, the people will gnash their teeth and all of that. So it is about bad leadership. Bad leadership. So if it is about bad leadership, what are we going to talk about? If you're saying, oh, the Nigerian Labour Congress organized a march in Lagos yesterday, and ordinarily they've driven home their point, how many times have they driven home their points? Only a few weeks ago, a document purportedly signed, a memo purportedly signed by the Secretary to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, made its way into the public space, where it was succinctly captured that the Secretary to Government of the Federation, in the midst of hunger and poverty, made a request of 1 billion naira of our collective patrimony, taxpayers' money, to be released for him to organize a meeting with organized labor to discuss minimum wage. Of course, the president of my country graciously approved the release of 500 million naira for such a conduct, for such a jamboree, when the people are hungry. You understand me? So it is reckless. It is tenaciously wicked. It is bad. It is unheard of, and we can't continue like this. For a government that came into power President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised Nigerians. I remember sometime during the campaign when he said, when he gets to power, he's going to recruit about 50,000 young people, to go into farming. Some of them will go into the military and all of that. And that is how he was going to check poverty. And one of the functions as well, he made mention clearly there too, that look, he was not going to discuss his strategy to check poverty in Nigeria because he didn't want the opposition to copy his business plan and his plans for Nigerians. And some of us began to wonder, now that he has become president, this is not time for politicking, this is time for governance. So if this is the strategy he has been keeping to his chest, that he didn't want his opponents to copy, then it becomes laughable. You don't forget too that only a few weeks ago or few months ago, a female banker committed suicide within a banking hall in Nigeria, owing to poverty and hunger. Don't forget too that the National Psychiatric Hospital in Lagos, the director, the head of that institution, was captured in the media to have said in clear and unambiguous terms that in the last 7.5 months, that is within the span of when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over till now, the number of psychiatric patients has risen by over 100%. Hunger can make people to go mad. So what are we talking about? Is this about politics? Is it about being partisan? The facts are clear and unambiguous. So we cannot joke with the issue of hunger. Hunger does not understand any language. Poverty is poverty anywhere. A man who is hungry in Zamfara is the same as a man who is hungry in your studio in Lagos there. This is the issue.
Would it be proper for me to expect somebody as senior as you are in the camp of the most respected opposition leader in Nigeria to be profiling ideas for solution or the things that you people would have done differently? Would that will be proper for me?
Yes, very well. Only a few days ago, we counseled the president of my country. We gave him a counsel. We said, Mr. President, you took over power on 29th of May, 2003. The president of Argentina took over power on the 10th of December 2023, 6 months after you took over power. The economy of Argentina was worse than the economy of Nigeria at the time the president of Argentina took over power. My dear brother, the president of Argentina sold all the aircrafts in the presidential fleet. He started flying on business class on commercial aircraft. But in my country, the children of my president junket on our presidential jets to attend birthday parties in different parts of the world. That is the issue. Now we run what we call the largest cabinet in the history of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has created more ministries, he has more ministers in office, and for God's sake, you cannot say that. Hold on.
Okay, Dr. Frank Shuaib. No. Dr. Frank Shuaib, I'll come back to you. I want you to be thinking through these 2 points before I come back to you. One is the fact that you are factually right that the president of Argentina has taken some of the biggest cost-cutting measures in the history of governance anywhere in the world. However, some of the policies he has taken too, especially removal of subsidy, just like the removal of subsidy, has taken Argentina now down the abyss of about 200 plus inflationary trend. That's number one. But you are factually right that is dramatically cutting the cost of government. But having said that too, and I want you, this is the second point I want you to be thinking about before I get back to you. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria too has taken the courage to at least instruct the setting up of a committee for the implementation of the Oronsoye report that about 3 administrations from the time that your principal was the vice president seemed to have dilly-dallied on. But I'll come back to you on those 2. But let me go to Dr. Hamid. In the interim, we also have joining us a functional National Publicity Secretary of Labour Party, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi. Dr. Arabambi, we will bring you into the picture later, but Dr. Ahmed.
Yes, please.
Are you still there?
I'm here.
I know Dr. Frank Shoaib was a bit exasperated with the fact that I said I was hoping that naturally his opinion was going to be a bit slanted partisanly. But you are my fellow journalist, and I want to believe without any partisan disposition on, in so much as it's factually right in all the allusions and references is made, I still have to cut the balance with somebody like you. What is your general take of the situation in the country, ranging from the socioeconomic sphere to security to the direction of governance to just your take?
Yeah. To begin with, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took a major decision economically by removing fuel subsidy, which previous governments tried to do, but they were not able to do. Not only Tinubu, even the key presidential candidates of the major parties, like the PDP and the Labour Party, also made promises to Nigerians that they were going to remove subsidy. And now here comes a president, Bola Tinubu, who has proceeded to actualize all those promises made by all the other candidates. But as it were, it does appear that the removal of subsidy has ushered in some complications in the economy, which the government says it is addressing by taking policy measures to mitigate the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that the removal of subsidy has, instigated or brought about the kind of hardship that we have now, coupled with the economic downturn in the devaluation of our currency, and then with the foreign exchange complications.
Dr. Hamid, let me quickly interject. The removal of subsidy was actually canvassed by all the 3 major presidential candidates. But having said that, I agree with you. But having said that, on assumption of power coming to office, the incumbent president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did not only remove subsidy, he also floated the currency. And the 2 policies, the 2 dramatic, structurally fundamental policies came into being at the same time. Would you think that the 2 other principal candidates in the last presidential elections would have done it the dramatic way and the let me just say the dramatic way he did it? Would you want to believe they would have done it the same way?
Well, what we do not know is that we don't know the strategy that the PDP candidate Atiku and then the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi, the strategy that they will have adopted to address the removal of subsidy. But it does appear that Tinubu is taking his time, but that time that he's taking somehow is not giving Nigerians commensurate relief as a result of the removal of the fuel subsidy. Removal of subsidy. So what people are saying is that, in fact, you under hush tone, people are saying that government is even contemplating bringing back fuel subsidy to mitigate the harsh economic conditions that Nigerians are experiencing currently. But that does not seem to be credible because government has not spoken, on that. So it's as it is, subsidy is gone for good. Subsidy is gone for good.
You think subsidy is gone?
We are hoping that
Dr.
in the
Ahmed,
coming days, the
Dr. Ahmed, I'll come back to you, but I want you to be thinking about what the submission you've just made. How can subsidy be said to have gone for good when, as a result of the depreciation of the naira, it is now obvious that the landing cost per liter of fuel is not what we are paying at the pump, because the landing cost, as we speak, for a liter of fuel is about 1,200 naira, and we are paying about 620 naira. Worst case scenario, in places like Maiduguri and some other things, they're paying about 750 naira. So the difference between 750 naira and 1,200 naira speaks to subsidy. How can you, as enlightened as you are, be telling the public that the subsidy has been removed for good? We are back where we were when this president came in. Be thinking about that. Let me bring in the third gentleman. I'll come to you to give me your retort on that. Okay. Dr. Arabambi. Hello, Dr. Arabambi. Are you there? Please unmute your device. Dr. Arabambi, can you hear me now? I can hear you well enough now. Thank you very much for coming on. Dr. Arabambi, I really don't know if you are competent to speak on behalf of the candidate of the Labour Party in the last presidential elections because of the factional, the seeming condemnation of your faction by the candidate and the people loyal to him in the other faction. But what is your general take of Labour's protestation yesterday regarding the fact that they claim that Nigerians are hungry? And what is your position on the socioeconomic situation of the country, inclusive of security? Your take, your opening salvo.
Well, thank you very much. Ab initio, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came with these acronyms of a renewed hope, agenda for a renewed hope. And all of us know that a feeling of expectation or desire for a particular thing to happen is what we call hope. So he knew he's coming to renew our hope that has been damaged by the previous administration. Because nobody gave the APC that slogan, nobody gave them the acronym, but they just said, agenda for a renewed hope. So he knew ab initio that we are very hopeless, economically, financially, security-wise. Nigeria is a hopeless situation. And he came around now to say, oh, I want to renew that hope, for Nigeria. But like I said, other than what you said, regarding our issues with NLC or Peter Obi, the point is, Labour is not just laying claim, they are saying what is factual. Because Nigeria, presently, we are at a crossroad. And that renewed hope, seems to be fading away, and the president must now come out and be decisive. even if it means to probe the Buhari administration, who was using Nigeria income, 95% of our income to service the debt, not payment. A president who chooses to produce naira, and all of them were stashing dollar. I think the president must be decisive, because where you have, just like my brother said there, that a banker did, it was in this country that we were told it was a cousin of Mr. President that ordered the signing of naira. It was this country that a particular woman in the CBN took $300 million of Nigerian money to go and invest in a bank so that they can take over, Union Bank. We are in a very hopeless situation, even though not caused by him, but it must be decisive. Everyone that brought us to this level needs to be brought to book. This is not politics. So my brother in the PDP has said the right thing, even hello,
Dr. Arabambi, you are, putting your hand on your chest. You are telling Nigerians that you believe that is not the cause of the seemingly extenuating circumstance that we find ourselves in the backdrop of the fact that it was the one that brought into place the dramatic removal of subsidy and the dramatic floating of the naira, which spurred the lack of confidence in the market that is making the naira to be losing value as we speak. For you, it has no fault for those two policies.
No, what I mean is this. I said he came with a renew hope agenda. He knew ab initio that Nigeria doesn't have any hope when he came in. And he said he wants to come and renew it. So he needs to now get back to the drawing board and do the needful about it. It was in their own administration. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu single-handedly sponsored President Muhammadu Buhari during their primary. Single-handedly sponsored that man into governance. And look at how President Buhari battered our economy. And he now came and said, don't worry, trust me, I can renew that hope for we Nigeria. But like I said, the hope is fading away. But Nigeria
thank you very much. Let me go back to Dr. Frank Shuaib. Dr. Shuaib, in view of the way I left you the last time you spoke, I said that you must also come to the realization that in so much as some of the allusions you made about President Milei of Argentina is true regarding his court-cutting measures, which is not so distant from what President Tinubu did with subsidy removal, you will agree with me that in the same way, President Milei's measures have taken Argentina down the abyss of 200% inflationary trend, number one. And number two, you said, rightfully so, that that President Milei has been cutting excess in governance, the cost of governance. And I said, President Tinubu is equally instituted a committee for the implementation of the Oronsaye report. How would you respond to the two in the backdrop of the points you made before I went to your colleagues to respond?
Well, as intelligent as you are, I know that what Tinubu is doing is completely different from what President Milei has done in Argentina. Number one, what he's doing is putting the cat before the horse. The president of Argentina didn't wake up to remove subsidy. He started the reforms. He took measures before starting the reforms. In our own case in Nigeria, we started reforms. He woke up one day, single-handed, announced removal of fuel subsidy. But the issue is this: has the fuel subsidy been removed? On your own, you answer that question. There is an opaque and secret diversion of monies, all in the name of removal of fuel subsidy by the present leadership of Nigeria. He cannot tell me that they have removed subsidy. And that's why I'm shocked. I'm in deep shock that that my colleague in the studio, and funnily enough, you refer to him as your colleague, forgetting that I've been in the same media industry for 27 years. But that notwithstanding, of course, I agree with you that I should have a bias because I work for Atiku Abubakar. But the issue is simple. Like I said, hunger is hunger anywhere in the world. Question is this: has subsidy been removed? The answer is no. It smacks of wretched illiteracy for anybody to contemplate that the subsidy has been removed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and that he removed it. In one moment, you on your own, you said that, look, a man cannot say he removed subsidy on petroleum products and petrol sells at a stagnated figure or oscillates between 640 and 680 naira per liter. While diesel, as I speak to you, as at yesterday, in my house, I sent monies to my team at home, and I know that they bought diesel at 1,700 naira per liter. Now, if they are buying diesel, how do you explain a situation where petrol remains at a constant or a near constant figure while the cost of diesel keeps rising? It smacks of, it's illiteracy. That is balabonomics or bulabanomics. You understand? Because I don't understand that kind of economic terminology. The CBN governor, as well as the Minister of Finance, claimed that, it was based on their sterling performance in their various fields that they were so appointed as minister and governor of the central bank, respectively. But they have not been able to do anything magical, the kind of magic they claimed they did in Lagos. The question is this: don't forget, too, that the International Monetary Fund, in their latest report, stated clearly that the amount of subsidy being paid by the current administration is far and above what Muhammadu Buhari paid while he was president of Nigeria. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is president of my country, cannot divorce himself from the administration of Muhammadu Buhari. He was the leader of that political party. He was the leader of the party.
Dr. Shoaib.
Hold on, please. Hold on. With profound respect to you. We are discussing economy.
Hello, sir. Hello. We are discussing. We are discussing economics, but the facts too must be put out rightly. Your principal,
the leader of the party of the APC.
Your principal was one of those. Yes. Your principal was in the same camp and was one of those who helped to bring about the presidency of Buhari too. We must factor that in.
No.
It's a historical fact.
You see, if you are in the studio, to discuss on that, we are not running election. My principal is not at the moment contesting election. We are talking of a man. It's just like asking. Let me ask you a question. It's just you are assisting them. What you are doing is called enablement, criminal enablement. Enablement in the sense that an Okada rider, a man who has an expertise in riding a motorcycle, decided to seize a car at gunpoint, and he doesn't know how to drive a car. How will he, when he now eventually takes the car, how will he drive it home? That is the point we are. The man is stranded. He needs help. So you cannot begin to tell me about how my principal assisted them, the APC, to install Muhammadu Buhari at that time. No. Seeking office is different from administering a country. A complex country like Nigeria requires leadership that is constructive, leadership that is detailed, leadership that is deliberate. A man announced on the first day he was sworn in, that he has removed fuel subsidy. On your own, you have admitted in this too that there is still fuel subsidy. There is an opaque and secret diversion. If they say there is no fuel subsidy, it means that the president and his team are stealing money from Nigerians through this secret subsidy, because there is no way a president of a country, there is no country in the world that says that, look, we have removed fuel subsidy and the cost of fuel is not being determined by the market forces of demand and supply.
You keep dwelling on that. So what about... You keep dwelling on that. You made that point, and that point is well made.
I made it. You interjected. You came in. You see, you are.
No, I posed two questions to you.
Whether you work for no. You see,
I posed two questions to you. You kept dwelling on one.
You know why I will not help you to respond to those questions. I will not help you because you are practically doing the job of the APC in the studio. You started by saying, look, I'm here. You know that you cannot get a non-partisan position from me. And honestly, this is the first time I'm going to get that from Plus TV. Because I've been honoring invitations from Plus TV. I had several meetings to attend to today, but I honored this invitation because of Plus TV. But because I made my point on that. So in this matter, with profound respect to you, in this matter, you cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. You cannot. You don't have that power. The issue is simple. In the same studio, you have said that, look, this man has not removed subsidy. So the problem is that this man is confused. You understand me? They are confused.
Dr. Shaib, calm down.
Yes.
Calm down. Let's listen to ourselves. I was the one that posed a question to one of your colleagues that if he claims that subsidy has been removed, how would he? And I'm going back to him to answer it.
You don't need to go back to him because it is public knowledge. It is public knowledge. You don't need to go back to him. Even a 3-year-old, hold on, with profound respect. Even a 3-year-old knows that a man says he has removed subsidy and the price of fuel. As you sit here, before you got to this studio, in leaving your house to get to the studio, I know how much you spent in getting fuel. The issue is simple. I know the number of messages on your phone asking for urgent 2,000 naira, urgent 1,000 naira. The number of pressure, the amount of pressure that is on you as a TV presenter, because they see you on TV, they believe you have so much money. Meanwhile, you have your own issues to deal with. We know the pressure everybody is getting in this country. The question is, this government has no direction. Till this moment, they are still struggling. So comparing them with the president of Argentina, who started this before starting his reforms, what would we have done different? We have so much we would have done differently. We would have put structures in place. When Atiku proposed, the former vice president proposed that, look, I was going to remove fuel subsidy. He put that, you can read our document, my covenant with the people. He said clearly, we will start our reforms systematically. It is going to be in stages. We're not going to just wake up and remove fuel subsidy without planning. A man who fails to plan, has already planned to fail. This is the issue.
Okay.
We attended all debates.
Can I come in?
But our good friend who is president failed to speak to the people. So why would he not come up with what we are receiving today?
Can I come in now?
Please do.
You are free to make all the points you want to make. But I need to make two clarifications. Number one.
Please go ahead.
Number one, you are a nationally and internationally visible character as a prominent advisor of the former vice president. So yes. If when I was introducing you and I wanted to ask you a question, I said I would rather go to a gentleman who would not be perceived to have partisan slanting. It was not because I wanted to be disrespectful. But let me make my point.
Hold on. The word perceived was not, you can play back this video after this production.
My brother.
You did not use the word perceived.
I said,
you did not use it. And that gave it a different slant.
We will send you the recording. I will send you the recording because I said it could be said that you would have a partisan slant. And it does not take anything away from you because you are proud of your support of Atiku, you believe in him. So how could that be an insult? Or why are you? You seem to be emotional about it as though it was said condescendingly or disrespectfully. It was not meant to be that. That's number one. Number two is that when I was trying to tell you a while ago that the point you were making regarding subsidy was logical and that you have made that point enough. I said I asked you two questions. One was the issue regarding the inconsistency in the logic of removal of subsidy and the fact that the landing cost relative to the pump price these days speaks to subsidy. But having said that, I said I also asked you that three previous administrations, including the one that your principal served in, toyed around the Oronsoye report. But like President Milei of Argentina, he has now instituted a committee with the view to implementing reducing the cost of governance. I said I wanted you to approach that.
My dear brother.
You went ahead to call me an APC apologist in the studio.
No, my dear brother, the question has answers on its own. You don't even need the services of a clairvoyant to hazard a guess to what the answers to that question should be. Here is a man who...
Okay, let me come back to you on that. Let me come back to you on that because you've got colleagues and I have to give them equal opportunity.
No.
I will come back to you, my word of honor. I will come back to you. You took too much on the subsidy. You dwell too much on that subsidy issue. That I will come back. Dr. Hamid, you see the problem you put me into now. You see the problem you put me into with Dr. Frank Shuaib, who is now, lacerating me emotionally and intellectually because
Frank Shaibu is playing politics without playing politics.
Okay, Dr. Frank Shaibu reasonably believes that you've been too generous in your submission that the president has removed subsidy in the backdrop of the reality that on the one hand, the measure, the ill judgment that brought about the measure, supposedly, I want to believe that was the point he was making, that the ill judgment that brought about the measure seemed to have caused the economic trauma that people are facing now, but that ironically and paradoxically, subsidy, according to IMF, which he rightly referred to, is the cost of subsidy is even higher. How would you want to respond to that point?
The point I was making initially, I was beginning from a fundamental premise, which is that the three key presidential candidates of the major parties, the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party, each one of them, adopted a position to remove fuel subsidy if they were elected. But since they were not elected, we don't have an opportunity to see how they were going to implement the aftermath of fuel subsidy. Now, we have a case in our hand now. The current president has succeeded in removing the subsidy. But we are beginning to see some complications that are playing out. That the hunger that is being talked about is affecting everybody in the country. But I am not too sure whether the hunger we're experiencing now is solely as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy. Because we have a major problem of insecurity. Farmers cannot go to their farms to produce food as a result of insecurity. We have the foreign exchange complication, which is affecting our monetary policies and are also affecting the spending power of Nigerians. And then we have a whole lot of factors that are really giving rise to the economic condition which we find ourselves, which is why Nigerians are getting hungry every day. So this is the point I was trying to make, actually.
Dr. Hamid.
Maybe perhaps if Atiku had become president, we will have had an opportunity to see the pragmatic approach he was going to make to address fuel subsidy if he eventually removes it. That was the point I was trying to make.
Dr. Hamid,
yes,
I'll come back to you, but before I go to Dr. Arabambi, I want you to be thinking through the fact that, and I agree with you, that insecurity may have also complicated the cost of food because farmers have been encumbered from easily accessing their farmsteads. What I also would like, when I come back to you, for you to think through on whose table does the buck stop when it comes to fighting insecurity. However, Dr. Arabambi, I'll come back to you on that. Don't worry.
Okay, that's fine.
Right. Dr. Arabambi, we have a confluence of the many ugly factors. Dr. Frank Shuaib rightfully believes that removal of subsidy and the ill judgment in the pronouncement of the floating of the currency may have been the primary causes that have led us down this abyss. Dr. Ahmed is of the opinion that notwithstanding the fact that all the three principal candidates or three major candidates promised they were going to remove subsidy, at least we can only empirically examine what the incumbent is doing, but he also came up now with a picture of insecurity, how insecurity is further complicating the socioeconomic circumstance that we find ourselves in. Dr. Arabambi, what is your take? And what will be, let's be moving in the direction of positing advice now. What will be the advice that will come from your faction of the Labour Party to ameliorating this unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in? And I'll be doing this around the three of you. Your take, Dr. Arabambi.
Well, thank you very much. I have advised the president to send what we call executive order, that we introduce capital punishment for fraudulent Nigerians who have decided, to constitute themselves as economic predators in Nigeria. Do you know that a barrel of crude oil, once it's goes for refining, you have residual gas there, you have kerosene, you have bitumen, you have this aviation, you have gasoline, you have diesel. But everybody will come back to Nigeria with petrol. Now, a vessel laden with maybe 50,000 liters of crude oil will now come back to Nigeria. The question is, where are the other components? And the cheapest, do you know that diesel is very cheap to refine because at their boiling point? Asphalt and bitumen, where do they deposit them to? People will just take our crude oil and they will not come back with this their narrative. The landing cost to this thing is higher than how much you gave me. It is all fraud. I agree with my two brothers in the house, but the point remains, there is endemic corruption in Nigeria that must be caught. How will people
Dr. Arabambi,
75,000 naira?
Dr. Arabambi,
Nigeria will be committing suicide. And a government will sit down to give 1 billion to some individual to determine how much Nigeria will have. Ordinarily, the person that wrote that letter ought to have been executed in a single country. For you to ask that 1 billion be given to some people.
Dr. Arabambi,
no,
Dr. Arabambi,
you are about honest opinion, please.
No, you are a Democrat. No, you are a Democrat.
No,
I want to believe that as the spokesperson of a Democratic Party.
With due respect to you, the way we are part of our democracy, we are not deceiving ourselves. Except we take the bombardment, we have a dysfunctional, a constitution where a man that thief goat in Nigeria will go to civil imprisonment. But go and steal 11 billion. The judge will ask you to pay 1 million or 20 million as fine. The person will be convicted, but you are going to pay 20 million. And you go scot-free. But somebody that stole a mudu of gari will go to 6 months imprisonment.
Okay.
Except President
Let me give your colleagues. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity to wrap up too. Thank you, Dr. Arabambi. Dr. Frank Chouaib, you know, you are free with your opinion. I hope to you, I am an APC apologist, but having said that, I still have a duty. I have a duty to let you, you have tagged me as an APC apologist, but you know what? I still have a duty to let you respond to the comparison I did between the likely implementation of the Olasanye report and the measure of President Milei, and whatever suggestion you may have, because at the end of the day, this is the only country that we can claim to be ours, and we all want solution. How would you want to wrap it up in about 1 minute, please?
Well, the truth of the matter is that you are the one who has canonized yourself as an apologist of the APC.
No, you called me. Don't worry. It comes with the territory. It does happen.
My brother, and I will not offer an apology on TV. You understand? The truth is this, with profound respect to you as always. You know, I commend very strongly the language of my brother from People's Daily as well as the Labour Party. But the truth is this, while even trying to look at that comparison, like I said earlier, you cannot, there are two different things. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu started work without planning. The Olasanye reports, you understand me, ordinarily, should be the first thing a man will think of when he's trying to cut costs of governance. You say you want to remove subsidy. But the cabinet we have today, the actions he has taken thus far, is diametrically opposed to the actions he's taking now. So it makes no sense. It is just a clear display of kabu economic policy. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's just one chance. It's like he's running a government as a one chance boss. You understand me? What will we have done differently? Like my brother in the People's Daily was asking, maybe because Tinubu is in power now, that is why we don't know what Atiku would have done differently. The former vice president would have done so much differently. And I'm shocked that as a journalist, he didn't know that we had a working document. What Atiku would have done differently as it relates to subsidy is encapsulated in his working document, My Covenant with the People. And in that document, he said, look, subsidy will be removed in stages. Let me give you an example. Look at what is happening to Dangote Refinery. He's been finding it difficult. He's struggling to get the needed crude oil.
Okay.
You understand me? He had to import crude oil from the United States of America. Yet, the NNPC took a loan of $3.3 billion from Afrexim Bank and gave our crude in exchange. How do you now expect the same economy to be stable? Is it possible?
Okay.
You cannot be doing one thing and be mismanaging another sector recklessly. These people are running kabu economic policies. And we have advised them, we have spoken. You are talking about the Argentine situation.
Okay, Dr. Chouaib, you made your point. Let me give your colleague, Dr. Hamid, the opportunity to wrap up too. The time is not time.
Before I go, I am Frank Shaibu. Today again, I will complain as well. Remove the doctor from my name because I know you have a college of two academics. I'm not a doctor.
Sorry. I've always, it's something about me, something about you. I've always believed that you have a PhD. But
I will get there. I'm a teacher. I don't have a PhD.
Thank you very much. Because I know at some point you were lecturing at a tertiary institution. But thank you very much for the correction.
Far back as 1996, I've been teaching.
Well taken. Dr. Hamid, you took some body shots from Chouaib, who believes that because he has left our fold as a practicing journalist, we are now his punching bag. It comes with the territory. We take it with equanimity. But how would you want to wrap it up? The two doctors today, they are really dealing us. The two politicians, they are really dealing us. But let me give you the opportunity to wrap it up in about 30 seconds.
You spoke earlier about responsibility for insecurity in the country, and then you are expecting me a state police where each of the states of the country can have a police that is run by the state government. If that comes on board, we're likely to see a synergy between police in the state and police at the center. So that perhaps may, contribute to mitigating or bringing down the level of insecurity in Nigeria.
Dr. Hamid,
yeah, I think that is what I would
Dr.
have to say.
Hamid, the backroom boys are really hard on me. I want to say thank you to you. Dr. Arabambi, I want to say thank you for a good show. I'm a bit shocked that a Democrat could be calling for a military-like firing squad or execution, but it's your opinion. You are free to hold yours. And Frank Shwaib, one of the prominent advisors of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and I don't think that is anything disgraceful. I say thank you for gracing the show.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here, and I would love to return again because we left so many things unsaid. Nigeria belongs to all of us.
You will always have more opportunities. Everywhere. You will always have more opportunities. Any one of you will always have more opportunities here. Thank you. This is where we wrap it up for today. Thank you for keeping watch with us. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good afternoon, I am Shade Uwe, and this is a news update. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities and the Non-Academic Staff Union have declared a 7-day warning strike to demand the payment of 4 months of withheld salaries of their members after the 2022 nationwide strike. According to the SANU president, Mohammed Ibrahim, who read the communique of the meeting to journalists in Abuja today, he said it is a decision to embark on the warning strike was taken as a last resort since several protest letters and other communications with the federal government did not result in the payment of the salaries. You do recall that the President Bola Tinubu's administration had directed the payment of withheld salaries for university workers owing to the strike of 2022. The Sultan of Sokoto and President of the National Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, Muhammad Saad Abubakar, has confirmed the sighting of the moon, marking the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan. The Sultan, in a post shared by the National Moon Sighting Committee in Nigeria on its X handle, called on Muslims across the country to commence fasting today. Earlier, the crescent, which signals the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, was sighted in Saudi Arabia on Sunday. The moon, which was spotted on Sunday evening, signals the end of Shaban, the 8th month of the Hijri calendar, and the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, which is equivalent to Monday, March 11th. The month of Ramadan is determined by the lunar Islamic calendar, in which months span either 29 or 30 days and commence as well as conclude based on the sighting of the moon. Governor of Adamawa State, Umaru Fintiri, has urged the Muslim Ummah to put the fear of Allah in all their dealings and pray that Allah will use the commencement of the Ramadan period to put a stop to violence and other social vices being witnessed in some parts of the country. The governor made this known in a press release issued by his chief press secretary, Umwashi Wonosiko, to mark the commencement of the 2024 Ramadan fast. Fintiri stressed that the period of abstinence calls for behavioral change and religious tolerance among all ethnic groups and the need for obedience to laws aimed at achieving orderliness in the country. As the holy month of Ramadan begins, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, has restated the commitment of the force to the provision of adequate security for all across the country. The Force Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, in a statement said, Egbetokun gave reassurance while extending greetings to all Muslims at the start of the Ramadan. The IGP urged all Muslim Ummah to embrace the spirit of compassion, support one another, foster a sense of harmony, and build stronger bonds of friendship and cooperation in the holy months and beyond. More Nigerians are queuing behind the call for a change of government from the very bogus and expensive presidential system of government to a less expensive and progressive parliamentary system. This was the view of stakeholders at a seminar organized by the Abuja School of Social and Political Thought in Abuja. The clamor for the call for a change of government in Nigeria from the presidential to the parliamentary system seems to be gathering support from Nigerians from different walks of life, since the call was made by 60 House of Representatives lawmakers at plenary. The Abuja School of Social and Political Thought has also joined the conversation by organizing a seminar where Nigerians can lend their thoughts on the national discussion. The Executive Director, Dr. Sam Amadi, explains the importance of the seminar against the backdrop of the call and the need for Nigerians to be properly informed through a national discussion that will not include Nigerians across the divide from the north, south, east, and the west.
These 61 legislators who are thinking around restructuring have some important message. But we figured out it's not just about initiating a bill. It's about first having a national conversation. So we said first, let's get this back to the people in a rigorous, open discourse. As a school, we believe that you can't just migrate to a different system of government without doing some analysis, some review. Ask yourself, what's the evidence that Parliament works with the system of government? So first, we want to get into the research and look at the structure of Nigeria, the crisis of Nigeria development, how it relates to structure. And then the question around, are there
better structure that can guarantee better results.
Okay.
And they are. And so what we are doing, this is the part of the series. First, we do a research. Second, we do a public, seminar like this. So our focus is to say, don't make it merely a legislative initiative. Make it a...
So Minority Leader of the House, Honorable Kingsley Chinda, and one of the arrowheads for Clamo in his remarks says the change was long overdue, stating that the presidential system, as currently practiced in the country, has failed woefully.
We are proposing a homegrown parliamentary system that will put into consideration the Nigerian problem, issues of plurality that we have in our system, issues of corruption, issues of abuse of office, which is not readily done in other climes. And so when you begin to compare Nigerian public office holders with their counterparts in the United States, you are going to make mistakes. The conditions are not the same. Today, people look at their future. People are afraid of the unknown. And because of that, you see excessive selfishness in public office. So there must be a punishment and reward system. We must have a responsive and responsible system of government, a hands-on system that will take us from the woods where we are. And we can only achieve this if we change.
Other participants also expressed their preference for the parliamentary system of government against the presidential, as currently practiced in the country.
Anything that will bring the government closer to the people, that will reduce the discretion for stealing and corruption, will definitely be good for the nation. And my understanding is that the parliamentary system is built in such a way that it will not be so easy to steal such humongous sums of money, misuse our natural resources legally, because that's the problem. Our nation, government people are stealing legally, so they don't even feel that they are stealing.
No local economy, in Nigeria. That's because the subnationals are weak. The local governments are weak. Even the money that is meant to go to local governments are also, don't eventually get to them. So I am submitting that if you have done something continuously for a long time and it keeps producing the same result, there's no harm in also trying to, check the alternatives, especially when there is evidence suggests that those alternatives have produced superior economic reforms.
Every new government or administration is considered to be worse than the one just before it. And it has been consistent. It has not changed. It means that there is something we keep doing fundamentally wrong and which keeps getting aggravated in its wrongness, and it would continue thus unless we change it. Parliamentary system of government will not be a quick fix, but it will be a whole lot better than what we have today.
Amid escalating tensions in Sudan, General Yasser al-Attah, representing the country's military, has delivered a resolute stance that there will be no ceasefire during the forthcoming Islamic holy month of Ramadan unless certain conditions are met. This declaration underscores the entrenched conflict between Sudan's armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces, revealing the complexity of the nation's political landscape. The conflict between the army and the RSF erupted in mid-April 2023, sparked by disagreements over the trajectory of Sudan's transition to civilian rule. Since then, the fighting has exacted a heavy toll on the country, leaving swaths of land ravaged, communities displaced, and infrastructure decimated. On to news from outside Africa. The Muslim holy month of Ramadan begins today in Gaza with no truce in sight as fighting rages between Israeli forces and Hamas militants as a dire humanitarian crisis grips the besieged Palestinian territory. Aid groups say only a fraction of the supplies required to meet basic humanitarian needs have been allowed into Gaza since October, when Israel placed it under near-total siege. The non-governmental group Open Arms said its boat would tow a barge with 200 tons of food, which its partner, the U.S. charity World Central Kitchen, will then unload on Gaza's shores. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has strengthened its preemptive surveillance of banks to unearth infractions and ensure compliance with extant rules and guidelines. The banks have been under intense criticism in recent periods for alleged complicity in economic crimes, as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission alleged that 70% of financial crimes in the country could be traced to the banking sector. Financial industry sources yesterday said the Apex Bank has rejigged its surveillance mechanism to appropriately focus on banks' financial statements and audit reports. The crude oil earnings by the federal government increased by about 449.93 billion naira in the months of December 2023 and January 2024. This is according to an analysis of data in the latest reports on Nigeria's oil production. Although the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has yet to release oil production figures for February 2024, its latest data so far indicates that Nigeria's oil output maintained a northward movement in the months of December 2023 and January 2024. The country's oil production, excluding condensates, increased by 3.88 million barrels in December 2023 when compared to what it pumped in the preceding month of November. The federal government, through the NUPRC, recently announced a new crude oil production target for Nigeria of 2.5 million barrels per day in a bid to grow the foreign exchange fortunes of the country. And in entertainment, Emma Stone now has a second Academy Award for Best Actress on a shelf, putting her on par with legends like Meryl Streep, Jodie Foster, and Elizabeth Taylor. The 35-year-old Arizona native took home the Oscar on Sunday, besting Lily Gladstone, Annette Bening, Sandra Hiller, and Carey Mulligan. Stone's first Oscar came in 2017 for her turn as struggling actress Maya in the dreamy musical romance La La Land, an ode to Hollywood's golden age. And in sports, unbeaten Bayer Leverkusen eased past 10-man Wolfsburg 2-0 on Sunday to restore their 10-point lead at the top of the table and stay firmly on course for a first Bundesliga title. Leverkusen are now unbeaten this season across all competitions, stretching their run to 36 games without defeat. Xabi Alonso's team are on 67 points, with champions Bayern Munich on 57, following their 8-1 demolition of Mainz 05 on Saturday. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
At exactly 6 a.m., the 9th edition of the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon began at the National Stadium in Tulare with over 3,000 runners eager to win the coveted prize of $50,000. Around an hour, few minutes later, at the Falomo Bridge in Ikoyi, Chaprats led a pack of Kenyan athletes to be the first set of runners to lead the contingent heading towards the finish line at the Eco Atlantic City. With enthusiastic display of spectators at the finishing line and lots of excitement in the air, Thousands of non-participants and fun seekers were waiting eagerly to welcome the first athletes to cross the finish line. In 2 hours, 16 minutes, 49 seconds, Kenya's Bernard Sang, who came third in 2023, emerged winner in his third attempt. The 32-year-old expressed his desire for the city of Lagos and his next plan after the winning.
I feel grateful because I have come 3 times and it is my first time winning. Last year it was number 3. Running in Lagos is motivating me to come back because it is a nice city. Lagos people are welcoming. I really enjoy running in Lagos. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to coming again next year.
In the women's category, Charlotte Kebenin from Ethiopia came first with a time of 2 hours 41 minutes, while Kenya's Ruth Aga returned exactly 2 hours 41 minutes to place second. Ethiopia's Sharon Sharap coming forward in the time of 2 hours 42 minutes.
Thanks, Nigeria. Everyone that is showing their weight behind this, for feeding each other to one of the world's best airlines. We thank you so much for coming up all the way from the beautiful city of Nairobi, Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Kenya.
Adamu Muazu of the Public Complaints Commission became the first Nigerian to cross the finish line, repeating the feat as he achieved last year. Muazu crossed the line in a personal best of 2 hours 27 minutes, while Deborah Pam of the Nigeria's Security and Defense Corps was the first Nigerian woman to cross the finish line.
My training shows me that I'm equal to the test because always I'm training to win this competition. A day, I'm training 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, evening, because of this tournament. So there is no how you compare someone that is training once daily and me that I'm training 3 times a day to run this marathon. So that is the hard work that I'm doing, and because of that hard work that God see me through to win this one again. In Nigeria, especially the Access Bank, they are encouraging. It's the only standard and successful marathon that is taking place without any hindrance. We are saying kudos to the Access Bank because this is the only marathon that we have work, no matter how it is. If you win, your money will be given to you at the appropriate time that they state.
What motivating me, they are giving us sensitive, motivating us by giving us cash to provide our needs. That is why we are putting more effort to be coming and to be participating this marathon race.
The Access Bank Lagos City Marathon has grown in bound and innovation since inception in 2015, and it has put Nigeria on the global map that has attracted tourists and boosted the economy of the state. The Deputy Managing Director, Access Bank, Victor Toku, the major sponsor of the marathon, spoke about what made the race one of the best in Africa.
Bank is the largest bank in Nigeria. As the largest bank in Nigeria, we have a role to play in driving the economy, in supporting people to live a healthy lifestyle. So we have been supporting this marathon for the last 9 years because we believe in it. We believe it helps people drive a healthy lifestyle of fitness and health and healthy living, because only healthy people can build a healthy economy. There's a clear nexus between health status of citizens and the economy of a country, and we are interested in building the healthy Nigerians so we can build a healthy economy. Apart from that, marathons help to drive the economy. Today, as we speak, there are about 18 countries represented here. So we have people coming in to understand who we are and bringing fortunes into the country. You can imagine the impact on the economy of Lagos State for the last 2 months. Food, restaurants, transport, hotels, and even sports infrastructure. All these things have been impacted by this marathon. And with this year in, year out, we are the fastest marathon in the world to get a gold status. And by next year, we'll be applying for a platinum status. We are the biggest marathon in Africa. and we're at par with every other marathon anywhere in the world, be it London, Boston, and Chicago, and New York.
The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Obafemi Hamzat, said the public-private partnership between the state government and Access Bank and other stakeholders has made the race continue to develop yearly.
We have a very healthy relationship with private sector, Access Bank, for example, and they've been fantastic. So we've been working together, Lagos State government, Access, and every stakeholder to make sure that this continues to grow. So I think credit must go to our citizens. So when we give instructions, people comply. We close roads. So various infrastructures are deployed to make sure that the athletes have a free. Remember, marathons around the world are the same. Okay, and the essence of this is to be one of the best marathons in the world. So the partnership between Lagos and Access Bank and all the stakeholders has been fantastic, and I think that's it. And credit must be given to private sector for coming up and working with our state to make sure this happens. In terms of economy, of course, it elevates it. People buy more goods. People understand our culture better. So it has many multiplying effects. It's not just about money, but it's also about relationship and then showcasing our state and our country so that it's not only negative narrative that people see. People see positive component, they see Nigerians at their best, and they see that we can organize the best event anywhere in the world.
With the emergence of Access Bank Lagos City Marathon, there have been several races across the country. The race general manager, Yusuf Ali, believed that Nigeria is now among the marathon countries in Africa.
I think so. Since 2016, we now over 70 marathon races all over Nigeria. I think we are growing, and if you compare to other countries, I think we are up there.
Apart from running to win a prize, marathon races has been proven to improve the mental state of individuals and their total well-being.
Nigeria is a beautiful country filled with cultural resources and a preserved tradition. It is famously known as the Giant of Africa, whose cultural heritage is woven from the natural beauty in her land, threads of history, and the hospitality of her people. From rainforests in the south to savanna woodlands in the center and a semi-desert region in the north, Nigeria is adorned with long stretches of exotic beaches, lush mountains, magnificent waterfalls, and a unique wildlife, boasting of enchanting tourist attractions ready to be enjoyed. Here are some tourist destinations you should add to your bucket list. Coconut Beach. Coconut Beach is located in the coastal town of Badagry, west of Lagos State, Nigeria. No place tells the story of tourism fused with history like Badagry, which is situated about 20 miles close to the border of the Benin Republic. Coconut Beach has breathtaking and beautiful ocean views, a perfect place for relaxation, with the beach being set away from the noise of suburbia. It is surrounded by thousands of coconut trees, where it got its name from, beautiful holiday resorts, vacation huts, fresh air, and an open sky, portraying an ideal rural destination for lovers of fun and holiday makers. The Obudu Mountain Resorts. Above the sea level on the Oshia ridge of the famous Sankwala Mountain sits majestically the Obudu Mountain Resort. It is located in the highlands and deep tropical forests of Cross River State, with a temperate climate and just 45 miles from the border of Cameroon. The ranch boasts of numerous pleasant mountain area and countryside views, with tourist attractions like the water park, cable car, ranch cattle and horses, waterfall, and the ancient Anapi village. The Obudu Mountain Resort is a mix of adventure, beautiful scenery, and idyllic tranquility. The Yankari Game Reserve. In Bauchi State is the Yankari Game Reserve and former National Park, one of West Africa's eco-destinations. It is home to several natural warm water springs and the biggest wildlife retreat. The reserve is filled with a number of activities that would help you connect with nature. Marvel at the largest herd of elephants in the country, embark on a guided safari tour, and explore the tropical forest. You'll also find beautifully constructed huts alongside some uncaged animals such as monkeys and baboons living in their natural habitat. The Yankari Game Reserve is an area of great natural beauty that provides recreational pleasure. The Ogbunike Caves. Located in a valley blanketed by tropical rainforest in Anambra State, are a collection of caves knitted with historical and spiritual significance. The Ogbunike Caves are associated with living traditions said to be preserved by the people for many centuries. Descending into the valley where the caves are located is a walkway made up of about 317 steps, and visitors must remove their shoes before entering the caves based on tradition. The caves are beautifully surrounded by streams of water flowing out from one of the tunnels into River Nkisa. Seen as a trove for tourists, the Ogbunike Caves make an ideal destination. The Owu Waterfalls. Described as a wonder in the wilderness is the Owu Waterfalls, located in Kwara State. Cascading from a height of about 120 meters to a pool of ice-cold water, the Owu Waterfalls is one of the highest and most fascinating waterfalls to watch in West Africa. It is a beautiful scenery which can only be appreciated when explored. Experience a fine mix of awesome attractions at the Owu Waterfalls, making it a memorable haven for your next vacation. The Osun Osogbo Grove. Situated on the outskirts of Osogbo, the capital of Osun State is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, a large cultural landscape of undistributed forest dedicated to Osun, the Yoruba goddess of fertility, love, water, and beauty. The grove, which spans about 75 hectares of land, is a tourist destination that has sacred shrines, sanctuaries, sculptures, and artworks. The forest contains about 400 different species of plants that are used for medicinal purposes. Classified as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, this sacred forest attracts a large number of tourists, and it is definitely worth visiting. Nigeria is a beautiful land waiting to be explored, and you are encouraged to visit and enjoy these wonderful tourist destinations.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo has enjoined the management and staff of Punch Nigeria Limited to keep the flag flying and continue to sustain the legacy of the founder, late Chief James Aboderin. Now, Obasanjo stated this while speaking at a black tie dinner to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the newspaper. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all of the beautiful moments.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of its founder, Chief James Aboderin. It's part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was stunning, alluring, and mesmerizing with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers, and serene music. People Eagle of All Street graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emwa, said dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were a bit idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Aboderin decided he would establish and found Punch.
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality is limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climate such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger, and that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes, and
all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I'm a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept government and every stakeholders in check. And to me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodeni.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes, and like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
The next event is on the birthday celebration of former LASU CMD Femi Olugbide at 70. Turning 70 represents 7 decades of experiences, adventures, wisdom, and relationships. It is an impressive milestone worth celebrating, but rather than throwing a lavish party celebration, former Chief Medical Director of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Dr. Olufemi Olugbide, decided to mark it in a simple but unique way with a Thanksgiving praise and worship service. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was present at the Chapel of St. Luke, the Physician, LASU, where the event took place.
This isn't the usual church service. It is a birthday Thanksgiving, praise and worship service in honor of the former permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, Dr. Olufemi Olugbide, who got enlisted in the septuagenarian table. Family, friends and well-wishers all thronged the Chapel of St. Luke, the Physician, in LASU, where they joined him in giving praise to God. Taking his sermon from the book of Matthew 6:25-34, Bishop of the Chapel, Right Reverend James Odedeji, reminds the congregation of the need to have an uninterrupted relationship with God and try to improve on society and make life better for others.
If God cannot
provide for you, nobody can provide for you. If God is not sufficient for you in times of trouble, you cannot go far. What the Bible is saying here is about relationship. The Bible said, and God blessed them and said to them, they talk, they must talk, they must relate. And so father and son relationship must be cordial.
He eulogizes Dr. Olugbile for his selfless service to God and humanity.
And so 70 years is a year to appreciate the goodness of the Lord. Birthday celebrations is a service of gratitude. It's an attitude of gratitude that if it has not been God who has been on our side, when the enemy rose, the Bible said they will have swallowed us quickly.
This was followed by the Thanksgiving proper by the celebrants. Performance by the guest artist BJ Sachs further electrifies the gathering, catapulting the congregation into a higher realm of praise. Plus TV News crew gets up close with the celebrant, a prolific writer and well-known psychiatric. At 70, he feels fulfilled.
Excited and very thankful to God. It's been a turbulent ride, but God has been faithful. And that's why, more than any other reason, I felt compelled to celebrate him today and to focus on Thanksgiving. I am truly thankful to God for his mercies and for what he has done for me and my family, and for the protection that he has granted us. I take nothing for granted. I know that I have been favored, and I pray that I continue to receive favor. In return, I want to bestow favor on other people. I want to do things that will improve the lives of other people.
To his children, he's the best dad in the world, and to his friends, a dependable man and a trailblazer.
Daddy is a very loving and caring father, and is an amazing grandfather. I'm married to his son, Ayodeji Olugbile, and they have the same characteristics. They're kind, they're gentle, they're loving, and they're very understanding. And I'm so happy to be able to celebrate with him today, his 70th birthday. I pray that he celebrates many more years to come in good health, and most importantly, in happiness and joy.
To tell his kids and instruct his kids properly, but also on top of just instructing, he's also modeled very good and godly behavior for us, and so we've had a lot to work with. I'm thankful for having him as a father, but I think maybe to add, the most important thing that any father can do for his child is to continue to intercede for them, because when they go out into the world, you don't know what they get to see, you don't know what they get to face. And so apart from the instruction and modeling, the constant intercession has been a very good source of blessing for us.
He's a wonderful person, very, very wonderful person. And he's a fatherly person, and as a physician, he goes beyond service to serve the community where he finds himself. So I'll say happy 70th birthday and congratulations to him.
Prolific writer, a well-known psychiatrist, one of the best around. I wish him all the best as he lives the remaining parts of his life. And by God's grace, we'll be here at 80 and 90 to celebrate him.
Highlights of the event is the cutting of the birthday cake by the celebrant. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, it was a night of glam and excitement as stakeholders, directors, and volunteers gathered together to raise funds for out-of-school children. Worried by the increasing number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, a non-profit organization, IA Foundation, initiated this call to action to ensure indigent children have access to education.
And the way I feel now, cause some people keep to me. Guess I'm on my way. I could just stay. Stuck on you. Been a guess it's time for me to come home. Guess I'm on my way. So listen, now on my mind, you can wait around home and lie me. Guess I'm on my way. I can learn to stay.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity bowl and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street, nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now, they have no skills, so the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eating. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilon Shele. Baba mi. Shebi na me dey park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make you reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as he dey reverse back, now I tell him make he cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy, I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erawa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcased the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is advanced in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. You know, yeah, on a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, you know. That's why you should never underrate anyone. No matter the situation, you see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Rio Festival Hall with Miriam Makeba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that's akamu selling girl. That was selling akamu. You know, so be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load at the back. Then in between the driver and the loads will have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos. All my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through. It makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Ebute-Metta, and I would trek, from Ebute-Metta into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Broad Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally, when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you want to stop. You have cried many times. I've failed many times, but I've just got up. I get up again. A lot of people, I enjoy goodwill of some people who pull me up again and help me on my feet, and then I go on.
I finished that film and I became very famous. As young as I was, I didn't even know what it was. Everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place, so I couldn't go to the market. And I used to go to the market a lot, to go and buy all these second-hand, all the second-hand outfits. And then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore, because they would tease me. The people in the market, the traders will always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Pendam Boutique, So that made me realize that, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Mercy, nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Mercy, nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Mercy. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have two call-ins from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
Yeah.
do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the net of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in
politics.
at this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax, I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has 2 threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. it will be difficult to sort. Maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
We had
But
power for 15 years.
it would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anini?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church, religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you are not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is some lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission, so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability. Because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable, and I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to, and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Ndi, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background, your mother is a professor, you literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there, was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you allow it, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the results of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetrate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. you have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it, and I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time, and asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi, because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
Contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, arguing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay,
but
maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. You know, they have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. You know, the restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, you know, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, oh, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, oh, I can't seem to find the answer to this. Oh, this is like this. Oh, it looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, you know, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. Oh, this side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches get this scrutiny that, you know, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. You know, every day we're like, oh, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same, and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. You know, if, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, oh, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think of any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our presidents, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remarks?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama'a local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing